I just sent Diesel downstairs with Steve.
Well, I may be getting up and putting spice outside.
So Robin, I just
we're
got
live.
Sent Diesel downstairs with Steve.
Well, I may be getting up and putting spice outside.
it's Robin.
All right, guys, we're live.
I just
We're
got
live.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's Friday, December 11th, 2020. It's 9:03 a.m. Live internet broadcast will be available through the State Board of Education website. The December State Board meeting will now come to order. Andrea, please call the roll.
Deborah Neary,
present.
Patsy Kojohns,
Here.
Lisa Fricke,
Here.
Maureen Nichols,
Present.
Rachel Wise,
Present.
Robin Stevens,
Present.
Patricia Tim,
Present.
John Witzel,
Present.
Commissioner Bloomstead,
Present.
all present.
Thank you, Andrea. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I just want to double check with Drew. I'm having a lot of feedback on my end. Is anyone else having an issue?
Yes. I would suggest folks mute their microphones when you're not speaking. So.
Okay.
And make sure
That
you're
might
not
help,
also
yeah.
watching the broadcast.
When we were
on
doing
the
the pledge, no one was in sync on my end here. So, okay. Live internet broadcast is available through the State Board of Education's website, www.education.ne.gov/live-video-stream. The information regarding the Open Meetings Act is linked on the December board agenda in Spark, the electronic meeting software. And it's also, the Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. Board members, please unmute your audio microphone before speaking and mute your audio microphone when you are not speaking. Also, make sure to mute your cell phones. Thank you. Board members, since we are conducting this meeting via video conference and telephone, if you should lose visual or audio contact at any time, please contact Drew at 402-471-0533. If you are on video conference and lose contact, but can still type using the chat function, let us know by chat too. If you are available to hear but unable to be heard at the time of a vote, you can communicate your vote by chat and that will be noted and recorded. Agenda item 2, special presentations. We have 2 stars with us today. Our first one is Megan Hellberg. Welcome, Megan. Megan is the 2020 Teacher of the Year, an English teacher from Burwell Junior Senior High. And you are here to give us an update of your quarterly report, I think we call it. So Megan, I don't know how much snow you have out there. I have a little here. So we're glad that we're actually Zooming. So welcome, Megan. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We don't have any snow here this morning, so it must be a little bit south and east of us. I guess we'll take it. So thank you all for having me. I am going to, if possible, Drew, do I have the capability to share my screen?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, great. Let me get this here. And oh, of course, I forgot to hit share screen. Okay, are you guys able to see that? Okay, great, thank you. Need to get this here. There we go. Can you guys still see me as well? Okay, very good. Just making sure. All right, so if you guys will remember, I've been doing this kind of like a book since I'm an English teacher. So the last report I gave was in July, and that seems like a lifetime ago because now we almost have a semester of school under our belt. This is the first time I have presented to you guys from my classroom. So I think that's a good thing to be here in the class with my students. We're trying to follow as many safety precautions as possible. But as you know, it's been a little rough and kind of a different year. But I'm calling August the falling action here of this particular book. Return to school, in person, mask, temperature checks, the whole deal. It's really nice to be back with students, but there were definitely some complaints just about mask wearing amongst the staff and community members, whether we should even be in school. So even though it was exciting to be back, it came with a lot of stress too, and just kind of trying to put out little fires here and there and trying to be that positive voice, but also having my own personal feelings about everything as well and trying to balance that. I began the TED Ed journey in August with guidance from the TED Ed people, which has really been a wonderful experience. I said with this toy adventure that anything that came along, I wanted to try it. I wanted to say yes and do it. Even if it didn't turn out to be perfect, just going through the process has been beneficial. I decided to contact some colleges around the state of Nebraska since a lot of my engagements were canceled, and I really felt like I wanted to be doing more, and that ended up paying off big time because I have done several speaking gigs for many different colleges around the state to students who are future educators, and this has just renewed and revitalized my spirit and made me feel worthwhile and like I was doing something and accomplishing something for the field of education. Midland University actually asked me twice, so we've got a good relationship going there now. And then I got to do my photo shoot for the Voice cover, which, you know, was kind of exciting. Then in September, you can see there on my slide, I'm calling, instead of saying crazy busy, I am saying crazy productive. And it's all about the word choice. Everybody is busy, and sometimes that can become a stressor word for us, but September was very productive month. So I found out I've been quite active in the Nebraska Community Foundation. I'm on my local fund and really think that there's a definite connection between local schools and communities and how communities can uplift schools and vice versa. And I found out that I was asked to be in the pool of candidates for the Nebraska Community Foundation Board. This was a quite intense process that went from 80 people to 20 people to 5 people. So that in itself, again, another wonderful experience just to be a part of it. I was a guest speaker for the UNL Aspiring Educators, where 2 of my former students were in the group. And so it was quite amazing to see them, and they're both here today, substitute teaching, so it's awesome. The NSEA Sandhills District, I'm really trying to learn a lot, trying to take a larger role in the NSEA, just, personally, but for my school and passing along the message. Maureen and I work together on just furthering our knowledge of what the Sandhills District does and bringing that back to our local associations. I am still a part of the Weave the People group, which is a branch of the Aspen Institute, and have been doing some interviews for them. They're really focusing on educators this year for their focus. So I've done a few newspaper articles and interviews for them, and it's quite interesting because you hear from people from all walks of life through Weave and the Aspen Institute. Sorry, that's my bell. I was able to record a podcast for CCSSO about one of my first lessons of the year. I put the link in there if any of you are so inclined to listen. It's a short one, so don't get scared. It's only 12 or 13 minutes where I talk about one of the first lessons that I did this year. And it was about traditions and why some traditions are worthy and why some traditions need to be changed. And maybe we're just going through the motions. And why do we even do some of the things that we do? So, and now, of course, at the holiday time, we're having to change some of our traditions that we normally do. So I think it's a valuable listen if you want to give it a shot. October, I was a guest speaker for the Transition to Teach program at UNK. This is a program that I'm really trying to promote every single time I speak. That is, of course, how I became an educator. Right now, we are facing a huge teacher shortage and teacher retention problem in our state. Our state is not as bad as some other states around the country, but I really think that we need to be proactive about this instead of reactive before it's too late. If anybody would like to contact me about this another time, this is something that I'm becoming increasingly passionate about and trying to kind of spearhead a group about how do we retain teachers in a time when it's really tough to be a teacher right now, and how do we encourage our students to still go into education and give it a shot. So I have some different ideas and I'm willing to share those with you at another time. I was able to be a guest speaker for Hastings College twice, so another college that have developed a great relationship there. And then in October, I found out with the Nebraska Community Foundation that I had been selected as one of the new board members. So that was quite exciting for me, and I'm really just looking forward to learning more about that and this journey. It's kind of a big commitment, a big time commitment, but I'm ready for it because it's something I'm very passionate about, is community building. Had our big Teacher of the Year conference. Of course, that was all virtual, but it was very uplifting and refreshing just to see the faces of my cohort again. And then I was a guest speaker at UNK for their Aspiring Educators group. So I spoke at UNK twice as well. In November, I had to put in a little personal stuff. We had the big cattle roundup on the ranch. And that's a big part of my life, is the ranch. And so trying to balance school and the ranch and just all of those duties, as many of you know. I did a little photo shoot with my mom. I don't know if some of you know this or not, but my mom was the 1995 Teacher of the Year for Nebraska. And of course, I was the 2020. And we kind of got to thinking, I wonder if there are any other parent-child Teacher of the Years out there. So The Voice had reached out and wanted to do a little article. So we took a couple pictures, and I still need to get together with them to do a little interview. But that's something that kind of was special for my mom, and I wanted to lift her up as well and let her know that we still remember. Guest speaker for Hastings College students again. We had our Ungala for the 2020 toy cohort, where we got to listen in to Ruby Bridges, the Ruby Bridges. Commissioner Bloomstead was there as well, and maybe some others. It was quite exciting because we didn't know that we were going to be allowed to see Ruby Bridges until the very last minute, and I think I had goosebumps for a solid 10 minutes. And this was of course right after the election, and Ruby Bridges, that Norman Rockwell painting of her, was being seen. Sorry, that should be the last bell. So she was, fresh in everyone's minds, and it was just kind of surreal to get to sit in and listen with her. The NCF annual celebration, I was leading several breakout sessions virtually, and then I was asked to do a live speaking gig on the final day in Lincoln, which was quite exciting because I haven't got to do very many in-person events, and they were incredibly safe and with all of the COVID things, and so I felt very comfortable performing that. I finalized, recorded, and submitted my TED Ed talk. It's a huge relief. Of course, I hope others will see it and listen to it. I don't know where it is right now. It's just with the TED people. But it was more something that I wanted to accomplish personally and for my family. I kind of have a little bit of a family message in there as well. And then I attended my first Nebraska Community Foundation board meetings. I did a lot of listening and learning, not a lot of talking. I just sat back and took it all in, which is what I intend to do for a while. Now here in December, we're rounding it out. I organized and facilitated, moderated a guest speaker, Carl Wilkins. Some of you may have heard me talk about him before. He was the only American to stay in Rwanda during the genocide in 1994, and I was able to travel with Carl to Rwanda a couple summers ago for a very soul-shifting sort of experience and trip. But I set up a thing between 3 states for him to be a speaker, and it went very well. Another Sandhills District NSEA. I'm really looking forward to staying connected with NSEA and possibly taking on a larger role there at some point. The NCF Education Committee, I think this is something that maybe you guys might be interested in as a state board. Since I am now a part of the Nebraska Community Foundation, I think it's really important that we have an education branch, and I am pushing very hard for that. And my motto is that we can change expectations without lowering expectations. That Nebraska public schools are doing a lot of things right, but of course there's still room for improvement. And how do we attract youth to the profession? Is the praxis still relevant? We have things like RHOP and KHOP for medical students. Do we need something similar for education students to recruit them back to the rural areas? Can we help with their housing if they agree to stay at a rural school for 2 years or something like that? So I have a lot of ideas going around. I would love to hear your input at another time if you'd like to be involved with this, because I'm a boots on the ground here. This is off and running, this NCF Education Committee. And then I just put, what a year. I mean, am I right? I'm looking forward to continuing many relationships and projects that were started in 2020. When Sydney was telling me about her experience as Teacher of the year goes by so fast, and this year was just very strange. But I have a sense of relief, I guess, knowing that it's not over. There are many ongoing projects and ongoing relationships that I'm looking forward to continuing to cultivate. So my summary was just, this semester has been full, productive. 2020 has taught me many valuable lessons. And one is that I have to be in charge of my own hustle. Reaching out to those colleges across the state was one of the best decisions I made because it kept my calendar full. It allowed me to speak to future teachers. The energy that I got from those students at the conclusion just brought me immense joy. Let me know that we're going to be okay. I was exposed to so many different groups. I'm now a board member of the Nebraska World Affairs Council, the Nebraska Community Foundation. I'm planning a service learning trip to India with my students in coordination with UNO. I mean, just my passion for my community and global education continues to grow, and this is not goodbye, but a see you soon. I feel like I am just getting started, and I want to continue to create good, which you guys know is my motto. I want to create good in a variety of capacities in my state and beyond. And I just want to thank you all for listening to me throughout this year, supporting me. It's been rocky. I find myself now, I'm a little surprised. I'm getting a little emotional, but I just want to thank you for your support and making me feel worthy and making me feel like the Teacher of the Year, even in a year that was quite tough. I added a few pictures to the end. I'll just scroll through those very quickly. So there's the big day that the commissioner came to my room. That was my first in-person thing, was about 3 days after I got named Teacher of the Year with a group from Southeast Asia in Omaha. That was just remarkable. There's the toy luncheon. There's my mother, my father, my husband. It was a wonderful day. Just some of with my Holocaust buddies from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and just helping students. Got to go to the Google headquarters there. That was my only Teacher of the Year trip that I was able to take with my cohort. And looking back on it, I'm just so thankful that we got in at least one because we got to see each other at least once in person. I was able to do some work with the Anne Frank House right before the shutdown, and got to do some speaking in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to a school that invited me up. Then, you know, we went remote, and there's Dan and I doing a lesson for Teacher TV. Maybe some of you remember when we were doing Teacher TV and speaking to different, that's my Zoom room there on the right. That's where I did all my Zooms. Then, of course, this summer it was just a tough summer, and it was a summer of learning for me and personal growth and how I could take my role and do something meaningful and worthwhile in my school and community. Then school started up again. Got my mask on, my room decorated, looking for the good there in the background. There's Mom and I with our apples. And of course, Walter had to make an appearance in the background. Walter's got to be everywhere. That's our beloved dog. And then there's Ruby Bridges on the left. And of course, the election was a big deal in November. There's me dropping off my ballot. And then this is kind of my goodbye. There's a family picture of Dan and I with our 2 new kitties that I got for his birthday as a surprise. That's on Thanksgiving. It was just us 2 on Thanksgiving. And then there's a toast to the end of 2020 and the new year of 2021. And I think you guys are in really good hands with Paul. I'm very excited for him. I want to be there for him, and I'm ready to see him shine. So thank you all.
Megan, you've been amazing. As president, and knowing what other teachers of the year have been exposed to during their year, and realizing that you haven't been able to experience those opportunities, we always find a way to accept what we have to go through. And you've done it with such dignity and humbleness. I want you to make sure you let us know when your TED Talk gets up and going. I remember when Sydney let us know hers, and I so enjoyed seeing it, and I look forward to seeing you. And I want you to know that being a Sandhiller right there with you, it's been so much fun to have you on board and to work with you on our NSCA Sandhills District Board. You have inspired me, and I often use your phrase, look for the good. So thank you. What other board members would like to say something to Megan? John.
Thank you. Megan, thank you very much for your quest in regards to teacher recruiting. Representing North and South Omaha, one of the paramount issues facing a lot of the schools is the recruitment of minority teachers. Is that part of your quest also?
It is, definitely. I am right now in the process of trying to gather a small group of just bringing questions to the table, problems that need to be addressed, and how we want to have 3 short-term goals and 3 longer-term goals for our state. So that's definitely one of them.
Thank you. I know NSCA is heavily engaged in the same, if you will, initiatives. And I just hope we can carry them forward under the environment that we're living in today.
Yes. I'm really hoping that the Nebraska Community Foundation, just through their various grants and things that they can offer financially, we might be
Yes.
able to build some bridges there and offer some incentives for teachers.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Patsy, then Deb.
Megan, you are inspirational because you did exactly what great teachers do, no matter where they are. They look at the problems that they have to face, the situations they have to face, and they find a way around them to better themselves so that they then have more to offer their students in their classroom. And I've watched you do that this whole year. And my heart went out to you at first because of the pandemic. But now I know that out of great adversity comes great success. And you are living proof of that. And my family are Sandhillers too. My grandmother had a ranch. Their family had a ranch in Burwell. And the other side in Greeley and St. Paul, no, Spalding is where they were. So great teachers are everywhere. And
Yes, that is so true.
I know they're not limited to certain places. And that's another thing that you've proven. So thank you for representing us so well.
Thank you.
Deb.
I just ditto what was just said, but I just can't tell you how inspired I am today by you and so grateful for that, the work that you've done and the work that you're going to continue to do. I do hope that we can engage with you either on a committee level or informally to talk about teacher retention, because it is certainly on all our minds. Teachers have had such a challenge. I mean, they've always had, very concerning challenges, but this year more than ever. So I would love to have that conversation. And just the fact that you're on the NCF board, makes my heart so happy. I'm wondering if you're one of the first educators, but getting an education committee in place, I mean, wow, all that can be accomplished. So thank you so much for being so inspiring in the work that you're doing. And keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, and I also want to just say, I also have appreciated your vocalism about wearing masks, which, what an important message. And so thank you for all your work on that effort too. So,
don't leave home without it.
That's right.
And Megan, don't you have a mask mandate at Burwell?
At
Did I
our
understand?
school, yes, correct. And we have since day one, since we returned, which has made it much better instead of trying to switch to it after a while. So from day one, we had masks for students and staff. So the kids at this point, and me, I read out loud every day. I'm an English teacher. People go, oh, how do you do that? You just do it. You just do what you have to do sometimes.
Okay. Any other board members? Robin.
I'm giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you.
Oh. Anyone else? Well, Megan, you have represented Nebraska really, really well. You've inspired us all. Thank you. And we will be in touch, and do not be a stranger. I know that the commissioner and the deputy commissioners, when they're looking for someone to be put on different committees or different writing groups or whatever for different standards, they look to folks like you to put in on those committees. So don't be surprised when the commissioner may reach out to you down the road. I'm actually putting a little pressure on him right now. But there's always committees that we need our teachers on. So thank you again, and keep looking for the good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We'd like to introduce and welcome our 2021 Nebraska Teacher of the Year, Paul Tim, a science teacher from Lyons, Decatur, Northeast Public Schools. Paul, we need to have you tell us a little bit about yourself and some of your plans as a 2021 Nebraska Teacher of the Year. So you've got a good 10 minutes.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to thank Megan. Thank you for all of her work and all of her help as I've been transitioning into this. She's been really helpful in meeting with me and just providing input from her experiences and the whole group of state toys. It's really quite an alliance of people pushing forward to do positive things in education. And they've given me a lot of input that's been very helpful. So thank you to her and thank you, State Board. Absolutely, introductions are in order. So if you'll allow me to share my screen, I have a few pictures to share because pictures are worth 1,000 words and I only got about 9.5 minutes left. So I might
let you go over.
I do have this on the timer right now. This is my family. I want to introduce you to my family. My wife, Adrian, she's a speech language pathologist and works primarily with early childhood, but also works with elementary through our local educational service unit. And that's how we met each other. I was a lonely ag teacher up at Laurel Concord Public Schools, and she was a second-year speech pathologist. And after I got through that first year of lesson planning, finally my thick head realized what a beauty and gem she is. And for some reason, she liked me. So it worked out. And you can see our beautiful children there. My son, Alexander, who's in 8th grade, my daughter, who's in 4th grade, Caroline, my older daughter, and then my younger daughter, Natalie, who's in 2nd grade. So we live half a mile away from the family farm I grew up on. Lyons Decatur is actually my alma mater. I'm teaching in the science classroom where I learned to fall in love with science through my prior science teacher, Gene Nelson. So it's a real joy to be back. As a family, we love doing outdoorsy things. One of our primary things that we do, my master's is in entomology with a focus on honeybees. And so we keep bees together. And so there's the 3 kids in their bee suits with their veils off. And they keep us busy producing honey and doing different things, not on a big scale, just a few hives here and there, but things that as a family, we like to go about doing together as kind of a little business, and lots of lessons to be learned from caring for livestock, even little stinging ones. So that's been a real joy, something that we love to do. My classroom, I'll introduce you to my classroom here. Here's my science classroom, and it is a very active classroom. I'm a believer in hands-on education and inquiry education, and kind of dovetailing into some of the things I'm hoping to promote and help teachers team up with teachers to help them to explore how can they bring inquiry to their classrooms, whether you're kindergarten or whether you're a senior. Inquiry has valuable uses, and I think in a society where 10 years from now in education we're unsure, we're always talking about career and skills and education ready for the workforce, with careers changing so quickly due to technology development. Developing inquiry skills, I think, are invaluable. And so I'm one of the big things I really want to promote and push this year and try to help other educators join in on is learning how to bring inquiry and engineering to their classrooms and help their students explore them outside their classrooms, which is not a clear cut and dry thing, right? That's kind of a daunting thing if you're a teacher who has not had that experience before. So I have some plans, some workshops, some materials that I've already developed that I'm really looking forward to using. And as you can see, my classroom is not just an inside classroom, but I have students out. In addition to my interest in bees, I also have a great interest in birds and ornithology. And so taking students, not only going out and discovering birds, but asking questions and bringing those explorations and those inquiries back to the classroom. One of the things that I'm hoping to do is to show teachers how they can incorporate it curriculum wide through students reusing waste like plastic milk jugs and having students make observations at their own homes, whether they live in an apartment, whether they live out in the country, whether they have a huge grove of all sorts of things coming through. Birds are a part of every environment, and much can be learned from society as well as health by paying attention to what's happening in nature. And I think kids have a natural curiosity that latches onto things in their environment, start looking and are prompted to do so. And so I've seen that happen within my classroom, outside of my classroom, and I want to help other teachers do the same. Here's a picture of me at the Ponca State Park Expo run by the Nebraska Game and Parks, where I've teamed up with other friends who are kind of bird nuts, and we were licensed to do so, because you have to have a license to run a net and do this, but actually sharing with sixth graders about birds and how birds are used as bioindicators within environments and how they can explore them. So that's one of the things I'm really excited about. I'm also a coach. I coached track and field until our school co-opted with Bancroft Rosalie, and now we have a co-op, BRLD, and I was asked to be the head cross-country coach. We've had a lot of success within the past 5 years of our co-op, and so here you can see we not only run hard, but we play hard, and Frisbee golf is one of the things that we love to incorporate into our practices occasionally, as well as celebrating our successes. And so here you can see some of my athletes, as well as my son, who has taken up the running habit, which I'm thrilled about, because Tims do not have natural running genetics. I will tell you that from my experiences, myself as well as my father has proclaimed the same thing. We are stockier folk, but anyone can run, and I see that as a skill that can be carried into the future. That's very helpful. Oh, there's a picture of my kids again. Speaking about some of those inquiry things and some of the things that I've developed, I'm looking forward to helping teachers understand how they can use technology as well to get their kids exploring out in their environments. And so this is just an example of something that I do within my classroom that I've taught workshops on, and actually within this past year, helped a curriculum director at Beetle Magnet School in Omaha incorporate a program within their life sciences classrooms where their students are collecting bird data and comparing bird data within their classes, helping students analyze the habitats within each of those students' home places using Google Earth, asking questions: how could we improve habitat? Why do we only see certain species here but see multiple species there? There's a lot of really excellent resources that many educators aren't aware that exist there. And for those families that are home trying to help their students, if you're in a remote learning situation, this can be carried through whether you're having to do remote or whether you're in person. So it's something I'm really looking forward to push on. The other two areas, and this is getting just a little bit away from, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now, but the other two areas I'm looking to spend a considerable amount of time in promoting this year. Number one is social, emotional, behavioral awareness for students. I don't have to give you any more input on that in regards to the needs that we're seeing growing within our schools. And these are needs that need multiple systems of support, and teachers and staff not only being trained to do so, but having systems and professionals within the medical profession that are teaming up with our school systems. I had a chance to attend it was virtual due to COVID, but back in August, I signed up for a mental health education Midwest conference out of Des Moines that I went to for 3 days to kind of see what's happening over in Iowa and what is happening here in Nebraska. I've reached out a couple times, and I'm going to continue to stay in contact with the Kim Foundation, trying to understand what things and collaborations are already taking place within our state, seeing some good things happening within our metro areas, especially partnerships within Omaha and our health systems there. But as we troubleshoot some of the disparities that we see within our rural schools, and the responsibilities that we have to educate and care for the whole kid, but maybe not having quite the same access to those partnerships, how can we try to fill those gaps and help families, help kids have their needs met, or connect them with people who can help provide those systems of support that they need. Because definitely, as we look at ACEs and how they affect kids, there's some talk about COVID being number 11. There's not a person, whether it be an adult or kid, in this country right now that hasn't been traumatized or impacted in one way or another by COVID. And that's a need that I'm hoping to study more and provide support. I'm already part of a roundtable group for NSCA and discussing some of those things. Some different groups of people, medical professionals and administrators are a part of that. And like any good teacher, I'm going to go just a little long here, but just a minute or two. So I'm looking forward to promoting that. Last but not least, just piggybacking on what Megan is already doing, recruiting people into this profession, recruiting kids. This is a delightful job. It's exhausting. It's energy taxing. I'm not going to lie to you. And all careers have their certain aspects, right, that are challenging. But the rewards and the joy of the job, I wouldn't keep coming back if those joys of those teachable moments and those delightful kids and everything from when that kid goes, that's what a cell looks like, to the kid that walks up to me on the bus when I'm subbing for bus and goes, hey, have you seen my pretty Yoda shirt today? It's a delightful, what I call a calling. And I think there's a lot of kids out there just waiting to be called. And not just thinking about teaching. Have you thought about being a principal? Have you thought about being a superintendent, a speech pathologist, an occupational therapist? We need kids considering this as a career option. And sometimes it's just casting that line and fishing that you'll hook that kid that's wondering. And I think we got a lot of great resources in the seats in our classrooms that we can be recruiting for right here in Nebraska. So thanks so much for this opportunity. I see it very much as a position and an opportunity, not as an award. And I feel a great responsibility to do something productive with this for our entire state of educators. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I just have a few things I just want to share from my perspective, because I've not gotten to meet you or knew you ahead of time. Actually, I met Megan when she was just a little baby because of friends, knowing friends. But I first saw you at the governor's press conference 3 weeks ago, where he invited you to speak. And it was, about your experience of having gone through COVID and whatnot. And I just want you to know that I stood up in my living room and applauded you. You were so clear. Your message was delivered so well about the importance of taking this virus seriously, caring for others about it. I just said to myself, and I know I shared with others, the right guy was chosen for Teacher of the Year. So thank you for that major outstanding talk that you did. The other thing is, I want you to know that, and Robin can attest to this, on our legislative committee, the board added the social emotional learning piece into our legislative priorities in working with the legislature this next year. So we're right on target. We're all thinking the same. So I appreciate knowing that. The other thing is the pictures. My username for my personal email is Earth1. When I was a classroom teacher, I always signed off my newsletters to my parents with Earth First, because while I taught upper elementary, we did some departmentalization in the upper level, and I did science. And I was not a science geek, none of that. I learned with my kids, but the environment was so important to me. And I took kids out into the field all the time. They learned more out there about the Platte River, the waters, the grasses, the sandhill cranes, that most of them didn't know, and they took their parents back. So I really appreciate that perspective. It just doesn't happen at the high school level, but also happens at the elementary level. And that was my favorite part in classroom teaching. So thanks for all you do. I'm proud to have you as our Teacher of the Year.
Well, and what
Anyone-
you had to say right there just reinforces the importance of cross-cutting between curricular areas and how education is not a silo. We don't have pockets and silos of subjects. We need good communicators. We need good writers. We need kids passionate about topics, and they interweave. And as we solve problems like COVID, we need people within all those areas seeking to understand and sharpen themselves in others. So thank you.
Well, I'll have to send you some of my pictures. There's
love
one
that.
of cross curriculum where my kids, we did a quilt every year. And there's
Very cool.
pictures of young fifth graders stitching away. They loved it. It was just, yes, across the curriculum. Okay, who else would like to share something besides, I always go on too long. John, again, we'll start with you. And then
Thank you.
Deb,
Thank you,
and
Mo.
Rachel.
Paul, just an observation, if you will. I'd like to comment on your spirit of discovery and enthusiasm with your students. I can imagine that, I have to say, I imagine your students look forward to coming to school and achieving due to your efforts and enthusiasm. So thank you very much. It's very enlightening to see and maybe a lesson to be learned. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Deborah, Rachel, then Robin.
Thank you, Paul. I am so inspired this morning. You speak to all the things that really matter to me, social emotional learning, mental health challenges, the fact that you're working with the Kim Foundation. I was thrilled to learn that they're thinking on the ACEs survey to add something related. I had not heard that before, so that's very exciting. And I will be talking about you a lot and following you. And I'll try not to say when I describe you that he's somebody who likes to talk about the birds and the bees. I'll instead say that you really like nature and like sharing your love for nature. And thank you. I'm excited to watch you in the year ahead.
That's good, because I'm saving that title for my memoirs at the end of my A Middle School Science Teacher's Obsession with the Birds and the Bees.
Rachel, Robin, then Patsy.
Congratulations, Paul. I'm so excited for you. And I know you come from a family of educators and come from a long history of commitment to education. And every year when we go through the transition of Teacher of the Year, you kind of think, wow, Megan, you did such a great job. You think, how can we keep getting one better? And we just continue to get great, great Teachers of the Year. And Paul, you're just going to continue to walk in those shoes of all the Teachers of the Year that have done such an amazing job. And I think it's a credit to Nebraska as a whole. What a great, great set of teachers we have across this state. And I also want to commend you on being a great advocate for rural education as well. I think you model that even though there are limited resources oftentimes in our rural areas, and Megan, I think you did some similar things too, the world is still at your fingertips, and you do a great job in being able to help students see how the world is at the fingertips. And I think another piece, you're coaching in the co-op with Bancroft Rosalie. I think that shows a model again of great collaboration between Lions Decatur and Bancroft Rosalie. And so for folks that don't see what's happening in cooperative agreements, it's a great one to look at, because that cooperative agreement is not just about sports. It's really been about how do you share some of the expertise, educational expertise between the districts too. And so again, hats off to what you're doing in that cooperative agreement between those two districts. And then finally, if you hadn't figured this out, Paul is an amazing photographer. He also comes from a family of photographers, I believe, if memory serves me correctly. But I think you'll be looking for a great year of reports with some amazing photography throughout the year from Paul. So again, congratulations, Paul. All the best to you this year.
Thank you.
Robin, then Patsy.
Wow. I've always said that teachers, educators are some of the most talented people in the world. And I feel so honored to be in the presence of 3 Teachers of the Year, Patsy Ko-Johns, Megan Hellberg, and Paul Tim. And I just look forward to the next year with you, Paul.
Thank you, Robin.
Patsy, 2006 Teacher of the Year, right?
Yes, and still very proud of it, as I'm proud of both of you. Paul, there's a celebration at our house when you were named Teacher of the Year because both my husband and I are science geeks. My husband taught physics, chemistry, and all, loves astronomy and all of that. And I'm an English fine arts teacher, and our lives have been enhanced so much by having cross curriculum in our home. Our children and our grandchildren have benefited from that, and our school systems would benefit more if we did more of that. So you be a champion of that, and I'll be at your beck and call to speak in behalf of that. So go Paul Tim, and make science matter again, because in the middle of this pandemic, I've questioned how much it matters to many.
Well, thank you. And my career has been marked by interest and need. A need is presented. I have an interest, and I'm willing. And so, I have 3 endorsements. My endorsements are in ag education, high school biology, and then health and health sciences. And I started out as an ag teacher. I transitioned to science when an opportunity arose. And then when there was an opportunity to open a health and career academy at our school, okay, I guess I need to take more classes and learn. But every one of those has produced such joy and such opportunities of crossover. And I think within our school systems, like you said, teaming up, I love to see multi-age teaming up where you have older kids meeting with younger kids. Doing together. It's kind of the country schoolhouse, model of old days, but there's something about that dynamic interaction, and it produces some neat results when you come back to the individual locations to do some things. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Welcome to Toys.
Lisa, then Pat.
Well, listening to you, Paul and Megan, brings back memories of co-curricular activities, field trips, exploration, and team building, and using older grades to work with lower grades. And so thank you for your inspiration. I just want to go back in the classroom now and utilize some of what you do. If I only had the energy that you two had, that a lot of good memories came from what you said, and a lot of good things are going to happen in the future for students and teachers. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Pat?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Megan for her past year, and I see some wonderful things that she's going to continue with, and I really appreciate that. Although Paul and I aren't related, our families are not related, our family background, or my husband's family background, is Irish. And so we're all kind of mixed together there. But I certainly will take credit for that we do have some connection if it's brought up. But I really appreciate both of you in your dedication in rural areas. And with technology and all of the things that we have at our fingertips these days, it doesn't have to be, oh, I went to school out here in Callaway, Nebraska, and I didn't have the opportunities. The opportunities are there, and you're showing them. You're showing our kiddos where those opportunities are. So thanks. Looking forward to your year.
Thank you, Pat.
Anyone else? Megan?
I just want to second about the rural area, and a slogan that I've been changing now is, instead of saying the middle of nowhere, I've changed it to the middle of everywhere. So it's all just about your perspective. So from one rural teacher to another, Paul, he's going to do great. I can't wait to support him.
Well, and I love that I've made another connection in another place in Nebraska so that when I take kids on trips, we have a basement to roll out sleeping bags, or we have a barn so that when we wake up at 5 a.m. to go see the cranes or to go test water, connections, lots of connections. So we have a great state.
I have plenty of room in my basement.
Awesome. I will remember that.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, both of you. This is not goodbye today. This is so long. We'll see you again. So thank you for all you do, and just keep pounding away at what you do best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to, yes. We're going to move on to agenda item 3, the commissioner's report. And Commissioner Bloomstead, do you have recommendations and items to be removed from the consent agenda?
Yeah, we don't have any that I believe have been submitted, and I'll just make sure that's the case. But otherwise, I don't see that we have any to be removed from the agenda.
Okay, 3.2, report on rules.
Yeah, and so within Spark, you can actually find the rules update memo there. 2 different rules to report on. Rule 21 was signed by the governor back on October 15th and became effective on October 20th. And then Rule 24 was signed by the governor on November 4th and would have become effective on November 9th. So those are the primary ones around rules.
Okay. 3.3, written public comment.
Yeah, and I might, I'll just take a quick moment. Obviously, in these kind of unusual times, we actually took written public comment and did that only. And I know that's a little bit of difference than normal. We actually do love to hear from people directly. In fact, later in the policy committee report, you'll actually hear of the policy revisions that would actually allow us to kind of figure out how to function well in that environment. And I just want to highlight, one of the cautions that we've seen and we experienced it. I actually didn't happen to be with you at the meeting where we did public comment remotely. I was able to watch from afar and kind of coordinating with staff. It's a difficult environment to work in. And so from that standpoint, want to make sure that we do it right, make sure that the protocols are in place. We actually work hard on that in the normal kind of settings, and want to make sure that we work hard on that in this environment as well. So it's really important, I think, for us, and I think the public comment itself, we don't normally just address it. I know that the public comment that was offered today was largely around our Rural 62 petition. It's not really a moment in time where we actually kind of discuss that necessarily further or have a debate about those types of things, but we do appreciate the public comment that's come in. We do appreciate and try to listen and try to do our work. I think it's been a really kind of exceptionally difficult week for a lot of us, a lot of reasons on that. It's actually hard when you're trying to exercise the powers that you have and you have other things that you might want to have power over. And we certainly have experienced that, I think, a little bit in this particular week. I actually want to just take a little moment and just, I had done some research, and eventually I'll send you something kind of in written form, but there's a couple things that drew my attention this week, certainly about what's happening at a national level and other things. And I actually went back to the words of certainly President Washington as he was walking away from the presidency. And there's in his final comments, or in his farewell address, essentially, he gave us many cautions to be careful about in the exercise of our government. And I want to just highlight a couple, because I actually think they relate to not just what's happened in Rule 62, but other things. And one of his cautions was, it is important, likewise, that the habits of thinking in a free country should inspire caution in those entrusted with its administration to confine themselves within their respective constitutional spheres, avoiding the exercise of powers of one department to encroach upon another. And I actually feel a lot of in these moments of time, doing our job, playing our role is really important. He actually went on to say, but let there be no change by usurpation, for through this, in one instance, may be the instrument of good. It is the customary weapon by which free governments are destroyed. The precedent must always greatly overbalance in permanent evil any partial or transient benefit, which can use or which the use can at any time yield. Meaning, essentially, we always have to be really cognizant and aware of our powers and our responsibilities, and be within the system that we have. That's why we do this work and try to do this work so effectively. And so, one of the things I just think is we continue to go on and go through this meeting, and we're working in very difficult times. I appreciate what the board's doing. It's not an easy job, and you all take a lot of time and energy and effort to try to do the right things. And I do appreciate that, and I think many people appreciate that. Even those that disagree with us appreciate that, I believe, on any given moment in time. And so thank you for that. Having both Paul and Megan here just kind of, give me a bubble that I have of joy for the work that's happened across the state of Nebraska, the recognition of what teachers are doing across the state, what schools, what communities, what everyone's going through. These are tough times. We will get through tough times, and we'll do that together. And so thank you for your leadership. Thanks for the opportunity to kind of soapbox a little bit, but I do really appreciate whenever we get public comment, and we so seldom have a chance to actually just be in a position where we can address that, because it's normally it informs us for later discussions. That's kind of how that process has worked, but I do appreciate that it's come in. So with that, President Nichols, I guess I turn it back over to you, and thank you for the opportunity to do that.
And I want to acknowledge the written public comment that came in to us. You can check your Spark for the letters. There's one from Bert Peterson of Hastings, and he followed up later in the day with an updated version of his letter. And there's also a letter from Jenny Benson, president of the NSEA. So please, if you haven't already read those, make sure that you read those, because there's important information that they wanted to actually share verbally, but it was written this time. So that takes care of that. All right, moving on to agenda item 4, the president's report. My report's going to be a little bit longer this month because, as you know, December's here, and my role as president ends this month. So as I thought about what I might want to say in my president's report, I came across the theme. I am not a speechwriter. I'm not a good writer, okay? But I came up with kind of a theme of look at what you did, you as a state board did this year, despite the chaos and dysfunction of the pandemic. Often we don't sit back at the end of the year and look back to say, oh my gosh, we accomplished all these things. Many may think, what did we accomplish? But I reflected on many of the things that we accomplished this year. And some you may have forgotten about or didn't think was important enough, but I found them important. And so I'm going to take a few minutes to highlight some of the leadership roles that you have taken and some of the things that have come out of this year. I want to say, check my notes here. Each of us needs to understand that we are all in this together, and you are stronger because of it. And I want you to keep that in mind in your roles. I have no special order of how I'm going to read my pieces here or speak, but just bear with me. Rachel, your dedication on the Strategic Planning Committee regarding Rule 10. We didn't get as far as you had hoped to with it all, but you brought forth further thinking of the things that we as a board need to look at to have more flexibility and more specificity in our Rule 10. The committee, under your leadership, brought forth the recommendation of taking Rule 10 and moving it into 3 separate rules of accreditation, approval, and assessment. That was a big accomplishment. There is much more work to be done in 2021. So Rachel, we hope that we will make you proud with what you hoped the vision would be. So thank you. And thank you, board. It was with your work that we got that done. You, the state board, have adopted a vision and a framework for Nebraska Ready, which will create opportunities for districts to explore innovative classroom models. This work will continue into 2021. You, the board, adopted Launch Nebraska, developed by our outstanding and dedicated staff through a great deal of research. In following our strategic plan, this work will be an ongoing process in 2021 to complete the content repository that provides the much needed supports and resources that our educators need. Equity and access for all students in Nebraska has been a focal point for our Equity Committee, better known as LEAP, under the leadership of Patsy. The committee developed an equity statement and an equity lens that is being utilized in our standards, our curriculum, and our testing. The committee is currently working on a statement for human dignity that will roll out in 2021. You, the state board, with your support, has put Nebraska as a forerunner of advancement in educational equity and innovation across the United States. One only has to look at the one of the latest reports NASB sent out to us at the start of this week, where Nebraska is highlighted. Be sure to, if you haven't read that, go back. Patsy is highlighted in it. But as I read it, I was so proud because the Equity Committee has worked to find professional development where the Equity Committee has worked to find professional development for the board to have a better understanding of what implicit bias is all about and what it really means. And Deborah, a big, big thank you to you. Deborah worked with the Sherwood Foundation for many of us to be trained by the REI Equity Group. That was no small endeavor to accomplish due to the cost of the training, but Deborah made it happen. So thank you, Deborah. With the support of you, the board, the science standards and social studies standards that have been created, accepted, and implemented across the state is now recognized around the country as innovative and inclusive. Thank you to Patsy and her Equity Committee. Pat, you have been a leader with the Buffett Foundation and UNL in the area of early childhood since the foundation's inception several years ago. Because of Pat's dedication to early childhood, you, the state board, are taking a deeper look into teacher preparation programs at our educational institutions in early childhood development, and also to see that those teachers are paid appropriately. John, because of your thoroughness and attention to detail on the NDE budget, you, the state board, now have a better understanding of the department's budget. John's efforts in having Jen Uttermark provide additional information regarding our finances has led all of us to a greater understanding of our financial workings and the money that flows in and out of the department. And it is a lot of money. Lisa, Patsy, and Commissioner Bloomstead, you worked together on dual credit classes with institutions of higher ed and community colleges across the state to standardize the opportunity for all students across the state. Robin, you have dedicated endless hours in an effort to make connections with the legislature on the priorities of our board at all levels. Well done, Robin. It was you, the board, that has supported the legislative committee to add as a priority the investment and the coordination of social and emotional supports for youth that have been impacted by isolation and other traumas during the COVID-19 pandemic. Social emotional learning is a must in our district, with much work yet to be done, and we are going to ensure that it happens. Lisa, with the work of the Teaching and Learning Committee under your leadership, each of you, the state board, have invested in increasing our vision and focus on a growth model in transforming our assessment system through the utilization of maps and not just one test. Thank you, Lisa, for your leadership. Each of you have signed off on resolutions throughout the year that have come through the policy committee under Pat's leadership. The pandemic has given us reason to recognize the tremendous work that is happening across our state due to COVID-19. Each of you, the board, have supported a mask mandate in our schools and our communities through resolutions, and one that will be ratified later today. You, the board, have recognized the importance of increasing the need of Native American culture in our curriculum that has been long overdue in getting accomplished. So thank you, board, for that resolution. Later in our meeting, you, the board, will be asked to vote on the recommendation by the policy committee related to the policy updates for public comments that our commissioner mentioned earlier. Due to the pandemic, our ability to meet in person has been challenging. Thanks to the governor's emergency executive orders and the opportunity of technology to meet via Zoom, it meant updating our policy. The petition by ESUCC on Rule 62 earlier this year showed us some things where we needed more flexibility in our rules. Good things came from it. The recent NSEA petition around Rule 62 showed us some areas where we can encourage the legislature to strengthen our powers around the health and the welfare of our students, especially during a pandemic. Commissioner, your vision was greatly needed in working with Senator Howard, Senator Pansing Brooks, and other state senators, along with Danette Smith from Health and Human Services, in improving the educational opportunities for our incarcerated students. You, the board, with your unanimous vote for the concerns of these students, made that possible. Patsy and Lisa, thank you when you stepped up to the plate when NSEA asked you to work with their Student Education Association to provide constructive suggestions for improvements of future teacher preparation. Special thanks to Kevin Lyons on the NDE staff, as several of you had your first helicopter ride to experience a bird's eye view over the city of Lincoln. Each of you have spent endless hours on Zoom with professional growth, workshops, conferences, regional educational meetings, NASB office hours, etc. Being a board member means spending time and learning as much as you can when the time permits you to do so. Thank you for each of you for stepping up to the plate to keep yourselves informed. And thank you to so many of you who have been asked to be on national committees. That says a lot for Nebraska. And I want to go back to many of the conferences that I have sat in on, especially NASB office hours. The state with the biggest number of board members attending those weekly, bi-weekly, monthly meetings is Nebraska. 3 or 4 board members at a time. That spoke volumes when most states had no one on those Zooms. And it goes without saying that Ryan Four, the board's liaison and the commissioner's right-hand man, is the glue that keeps us all together. Ryan leads by example. He dots the I's and crosses the T's to ensure everything runs smoothly for us during and in between our meetings. He answers our questions and helps us navigate topics we don't understand. He's a rule follower, and he knows Robert's rules inside and out, and he wants us to follow Robert's rules. But the best part about Ryan for this year is he and his lovely wife, Anita, welcomed another girl into their family in the last few weeks, baby Greta Ray. We are still waiting on some photos of that little princess, so I'm sure that Ryan is watching and he'll get us some. But I really loved it when Patsy shared with me recently, Mo, I think every board member is feeling like a grandparent to Greta Ray because we've been all so excited waiting for her entrance into the world. And I know I certainly have. But indeed, babies make the world a better place. And the reason why you, the state board, dedicate your time and energy to the work of this board. To the staff of the Department of Education, there are far too many of you to mention by name because I don't want to leave anyone out. But thank you. Thank you for your commitment and attention to detail. It's been greatly appreciated, especially by me. One does not come into this role knowing everything to do. I'm as bad as Megan. But the role is made easier with great leaders that have come before us, have become before me, such as John, Pat, and Rachel. I am filled with gratitude for the support given me by Vice President Co-Johns. Couldn't have done this role without you, Patsy. I couldn't have done it without the commissioners' support, help, guidance, and Ryan's support and guidance, and the entire staff that works closely with me on any question or concern I need or assistance with. I appreciate each of you state board members, for your collegiality. We may not always agree, but that's the beauty of being a board. And that's the beauty of being a team. And I just want to leave you with the following. Though blind, deaf, and mute, Helen Keller was visionary with her words. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. So I want you to think about the many things I've listed here today, which does not encapsulate everything that we accomplished, but we accomplished great things this year under chaos and dysfunction of the pandemic. And we will move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to have been your president this year. That concludes my report. Moving on to agenda item 5.
Madam President, are we allowed to make a comment?
Sure, go right ahead, Deborah.
Okay, I think Lisa had her hand up before me, so.
Oh, I didn't see it.
That's okay.
Go ahead,
No.
Deb, and then I'll do Lisa.
Okay.
Deb?
Okay. I just wanted to thank you for your comments and thank you for your leadership. And I know you're going to have some of us in tears, just knowing how heartfelt and that was, and how compassionate you are about the work we do. And I know Patsy has been an important part of, your brain trust, and I appreciate the work both of you have done. And I know the public doesn't hear or see all the work and hard conversations that go on behind the scenes. And there are many, because this work is so important and because this year has been, unlike any other. And there's been so many challenges that have had to be faced and that we've had an opportunity to learn from. We will be better prepared the next time, but it's been, there's no way we could have been more prepared for this year, just like in every other profession. And so just my heartfelt thanks to you for stepping up into the leadership role. I think you've done a great job, and Patsy, the same, because you guys work really well together. So thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Lisa, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, in listening to everything that you said, is a pure example of who you are. Not focusing on yourself, but focusing on the people that have entrusted you to lead us. And you've done that in a stellar way. And I just want to thank you. And Patsy and you make a fantastic team. And with the support of the commissioner, we have moved forward and made some decisions that might be unpopular, but were factually based and needed. And with your kindness and support to us individually, sometimes to keep us going, I thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Patsy. Robin, did I see your hand up, or were you just giving a thumbs up? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. And I've just looked at my watch, and it's 10:25. So before we move on any further, it'll go quicker from this point on, I think. But I think we need a 10-minute break, if that's okay.
Yeah. Yes, please.
So we will return at 10:35 on the dot. We are ready to resume.
Hopefully someone will let me back in on video. There we go.
Pat, are you there with us?
Yes, but I don't have any video.
At the bottom of your screen, there's a cam. There you go, girl. Okay. We will resume our meeting now. Agenda item 5, consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Okay. The motion was made by Pat and seconded by John. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay. The motion passed. Thank you, Andrea. Moving to agenda item 6, standing committee reports. Pat, please provide a report from the policy committee meeting.
The Committee on Policy reports that we reviewed and discussed state bylaw B2 board committees, which was scheduled for a 4-year review this month. The committee intends to make a revision to the section on the Strategic Planning, Performance, and Improvement Committee to clarify that the reference to community achievement plans refers to those plans required by learning communities in the statute, and bring that to the full board. We also recommend reaffirming State Board Policy 8 with the trust. This is the trust funds with one editorial change to update a statutory subsection number reference. The committee recommends reaffirming Policy 10, audits of the Nebraska Department of Education with no changes. The committee recommends adopting the revisions as proposed by Bylaw B9, public participation at board meetings, with the editorial change of adding the word "to" between prior and any meeting, and in the last sentence of the 4th paragraph and the 2nd sentence of the 5th. That was a little grammatical thing that we needed to do. The proposed additions primarily address public comment in meetings utilizing remote video, and that's been mentioned several times this morning about this is a new field for us, and we need to try to address that. The committee also recommends adopting the proposed state board education meeting schedule for 2021, as well as ratifying and approving the board resolutions. These board resolutions were put together in October. We were unable to have a meeting in November, but we did go ahead and approve those with a consensus within the committee, and we will formally ratify those today. And those are recognizing Native American Heritage Month in Nebraska, recognizing local health departments, and concerning community responsibility in the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's my report.
Thank you, Pat. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1A?
Yes, I move to reaffirm State Board Policy 8, and that is let me see, Policy 8. That's the trust funds policy, and this has to do primarily with the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are blind or visually impaired. We do manage those funds, and last year, we had some discussion about, it's always been the policy committee that made those decisions with how those monies were spent. However, we have discussed that it needs to be in collaboration with the Budget and Finance Committee. So there will be some sharing of those issues.
Okay. The motion was made by Pat. Do I have a second?
Second.
Rachel?
Second by Rachel.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Witzel,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Ricky,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1B?
Yes, I move to reaffirm the state board policy P10, P10. This is the audits of the Nebraska Department of Education. And this is statutory, and there are some statutory references, and the performance audits pieces are statutory. And as I said, we will be conferring with the Budget and Finance Committee and also making a recommendation when those funds are discussed.
Right. Is there a second?
Second.
Rachel? Motion made by Pat and seconded by Rachel. Is there any further discussion on this action item? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Neary,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1C?
Yes, I move to adopt revisions to State Board Bylaw B9. This is our public participation review, and I'd like to have a second, and then we do have some discussion.
Okay.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Motion was made by Pat, seconded by Rachel. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes. This bylaw has received quite a few new additions because of our way of doing business these days with virtual meetings and that sort of thing. So we've spent a great deal of time in discussion on this bylaw, and we want to make it as clear as possible. The bylaw right now is very long because we're trying to be as specific as possible, but that may change in time. And it's been put up in Spark. I want to preface this with the fact that yes, we are a constitutional body, which requires us to be we are a public board, and therefore we are required to meet in public, which is what we're doing. But it's not it's a meeting held in public. It's not a public meeting. In our world with education, when we talk about a public meeting, we're talking primarily about public hearings where we do have a lot of input and ask for that input. What we have in B9 is we are reaching out to our public to give us their opinion, but it's just different. And I would like the commissioner to talk about that a little bit. And then also, Commissioner, talk about the process that's going to be needed to make sure that we get all of this put together correctly.
Yeah, I'm glad to do that and glad to take any other questions. I did just notice, and I'm hopefully we're getting that fixed, but I couldn't get it to pull up in Spark myself. So if you're also having that occur, we'll see if we can get that addressed. But the essentially the policy, as we've kind of gone through this, we've run into as we go through this type of public meeting setting. And we've had a lot of, as you all know, a lot of different types of meetings in these kind of virtual environments. And I think you've heard kind of horror stories of the past where someone comes in and you have problems with that. And there's some kind of always those technology types of concerns as well. But in addition to that, like what's the expectation that, that everyone gets to participate in those types of settings? How do you manage that? What if you had 100 people show up for that type of environment? Can you manage that part of it as well? What order do you take people up in? Those are all things that we have pretty good protocols for when we're talking about our in-person setting, but it's different. And I think our experience, the one experience where we did try to do some of this actually created a problem when instance of someone who refused to identify themselves in that particular setting, right? And that's a challenge, I think, for us, that we want to make sure that we're setting up protocols that clearly say what the kind of the expectations are for that environment for anyone who participates. We also have some controls, I will say, within our normal settings. If someone says something that's number one, inappropriate or not perhaps derogatory or otherwise, we kind of have protocols in which those things are handled in the other settings. A little more difficult in these kind of Zoom settings. So again, we're just trying to be cautious for that. This policy actually gives us enough direction to set up the proper protocols and to be able to do that well. And that's very much our intention. So I appreciate the policy committee taking it up. I know our kind of processes will make sure to have those in place for next year. I anticipate we'll see some other kinds of challenges overall. So I just got handed a copy of it, but so anyway, the reality I think for us though is we're trying to do our due diligence to make sure that that process works and treats people fairly in that setting too.
Scott, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't believe so. I think between yourself and the commissioner, you pretty well captured it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Deborah?
Yeah, Patsy had asked me to later in the agenda on our report give an example of using our equity lens. And I thought I would rather instead utilize it to review this new policy that we're thinking about now. And I know that this using the equity lens is something that we have talked about a lot in questions that we would be asking ourselves and our fellow board members as we consider policies and the impact on others. And so we aren't going to go through this process every meeting and for every, but our hope is that we are all doing this as individual board members for every policy that we look at approving. And so I do want to just throw it out there. Normally, when we're sitting in our boardroom, this is in bright, colorful form right in front of us at our desks. So it's easily accessible. But now that we're all over Zoom, I don't know how many of you are able to have this in front of you, but one of the things that we're hoping we do as a board is always think about the policy and who are the individuals that are being most impacted by the policy. What are those impacts that we are going to be a result? Are we confident that we have considered every single group involved, that could be impacted by this? Have we proactively collaborated with stakeholders and how are we furthering our equity mission with this? And you know, we have a whole list of different demographics that we consider as we think about these policies because of this lens. And what are the positive and negative impacts this proposal may be having on some of these groups of people? What are some unintended consequences that might come from this? Are there any barriers that we're putting up and creating as a result of this policy? Are there any symbolic negative messages or positive messages or historical inequities? Anyway, I just kind of wanted to throw that out there since this is something that Patsy had asked me to do and give an example of from the work from our equity committee. And so I just wondered if anyone had any thoughts about any of those questions.
One of the things, Deb, I think that we've spent a great deal of time on is just exactly what you're talking about. We want it to be fair. We want it to be as equal as possible. But it's also, as the commissioner said, this is our first time out of the chute on this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And in order to do what you're talking about, we're going to have a policy in place to work with. And it's going to take some time to get it put it together workably. We've got a lot of stuff on paper, but we need to give the commissioner and the staff something to work with, and that's what we're doing today. And I'm sure that this will be reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. It's difficult to. I never want to assume what the consequences are going to be, because an assumption is not. Doesn't always work out. So I think we need to move forward and put this in place and let the staff put their stamp on it and use it and see what we need to do from there.
Rachel.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, and I think Debbie bring up some really good points, and I think that really they are underlying aspects of equity that moves this policy forward. Certainly, as Pat said, it's a beginning step. But if we think about stepping back and look at the lens of change that's occurred, you know, access is actually greater via technology today than many of our methods in the past. And I think that for me has been the biggest lesson learned over the past few months, is that truly we have greater access because travel and distance is not as big a barrier. And so I think this step is a step in the right direction to improve access, which really is fundamental to our equity lens. And so I think from that perspective, it's really a good step in the right direction. As Pat said, there may be certainly tweaks and certainly staff processes to work through. But I think it really starts to move us in a direction that better serves our constituents in all corners of our state.
Thanks. Patsy, and then Deb.
Deborah, I think that you use the equity lens in a very thoughtful way and probably in a more productive way than if we would have just pulled something out of thin air. It's very timely for us to look at this through the equity lens. And I'm absolutely thrilled that you chose that to do it with. And it does exactly what it's supposed to do, make us think more carefully, more clearly about the choices and decisions that we're making, who we might hurt and who we might help, and gratitude.
And I feel good about this policy. I mean, I tried to be thoughtful about all these questions, and I couldn't see any way that we were adding extra barriers. And like you mentioned, Rachel, I think we're adding easier access, which for me, does this mean that we would allow over technology, public comment, even when we're meeting after the pandemic and in person. I don't recall if that's in there or not.
I think that is something that we will need to see I think I'm going to leave that to the commissioner and to legal counsel and get this in place and let them develop that protocol.
But the policy wouldn't limit us to just when we're just having remote meetings. So it would allow us to be thoughtful about that. So as we keep working on it, and I would just highlight there are quite a few equity things within this. There's a word change from citizen to person, and I think that's an important aspect of this. And with that comes a lot of other things. I spoke with someone recently about actually you're starting to see kind of we're not the only entity trying to struggle with these types of moments. And I'm hearing from across the country, it's like, well, what if someone just randomly shows up at our board meeting and has no real access here? I mean, those are the types of questions I think we're still going to have to go through. I would say, I think we got to get a lot better about our accommodations for people with disabilities of all fronts. We have a lot of work to do on that. I'm reminded by our partners all the time in that particular work as well. The time of day that we do things is part of those accommodations. There's a lot of different dynamics that I still think we have to reflect on to really engage people in a meaningful way. But I do think it's a good point. I mean, at any one point in time, we hope to make progress towards those equity pieces. And I do think this is making progress towards it, but not addressing everything that we need to address.
Right. Lisa? Unmute.
Sorry about that. I can't remember if the commissioner addressed this, but we were very thoughtful and careful in the wording, and it's on paper now. And I think the commissioner has emphasized protocol. What we want is on paper and it seems equitable, but the protocol, how we carry it out, we might find things that we might want to change. So thank you for involving the equity lens, and thank you, Pat, for your leadership in getting this done, and Scott for your assistance.
I just want to add one piece, kind of bird walks with this, but Nebraska is really the envy. So many states are envious of the equity lens that Nebraska has produced by the Equity Committee and that the board has passed. And they are amazed at how we have incorporated that lens into the standards we're doing and policy that we're doing across the board. And so that speaks a lot for the work that the Equity Committee has done. So I just wanted to make sure I interjected that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Kojans,
Unmute.
Hey, Patsy.
Kojans,
Just raise your hand, yes or no. Thumbs up or thumbs down. I think that was a yes.
okay. Wise,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1D?
Yes, I move to approve the proposed state board meeting schedule for 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Pat, seconded by Patsy. Discussion. Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Neary,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1E?
Yes, I move to ratify and approve the resolution to recognize November as National Native American Heritage Month. And Maureen, I believe you asked that I read.
Yeah, could we get a second first?
Oh, sure.
Second.
Who was that, Rachel?
Rachel.
Okay. Moved by Pat, seconded by Rachel. Yes, Pat, if you would read that.
Yes, I will, because I think the public does need to hear this. Whereas Native Americans are the original inhabitants of the lands once identified as Nebraska Territory, then as the state of Nebraska in 1867 as a part of the United States of America. Whereas Native Americans have contributed and continue to contribute to the sciences, economics, mathematics, agronomics, arts, humanities, and philosophy, as well as providing a basis of forming a more perfect union and government by the way of the Iroquois Confederacy and the Great Law of Peace, modeling these ideals to pre-Columbian North and South America. Whereas Nebraska's Native American languages, cultures, and histories are unique and important to the fabric of our state's education system that prepares learners to prosper in a global economy and function in a global society. Whereas Nebraska schools are compelled to incorporate multicultural education into all phases of the curriculum, including indicators relative to the culture, history, and contributions of Native Americans, with a special emphasis placed on human relations and sensitivity towards all races, and are required to direct appropriate exercises related to Native American Heritage Day. Whereas President George H.W. Bush designated the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month in the year of 1990, and similar proclamations have been issued by successive presidents since that time. And whereas the State Board of Education recognizes the importance of cultural identity by all peoples in an ever-increasing global society now, therefore it be resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes Native American Heritage Month in Nebraska, and resolved that in addition to which it is minimally required by regulation and statute, the State Board of Education strongly encourages all Nebraska schools to include the contributions of each Native American culture and to work to develop educational programs and practices in harmony with all parents, families, community members, and tribal governments that will ensure success in school and in life for all students during the month of November and throughout the year. And this was dated now.
Okay. Any further discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Excuse me.
Oh, Robin, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I believe this board has already recognized, but I think this is a good and appropriate time to mention Marion Holstein as the Ann McTeer Award winner. I know during the conference in which some of us presented, Marion was also there and did a wonderful job in her presentation at the State School Board conference. So I just wanted to make sure that was uplifted.
Thank you. Thank you. She did a beautiful job. But they also did, they also gave us a lot of input when we were doing the last review of the social studies standards. So they've been very valuable to us.
Deborah?
Yeah, I'm delighted with this resolution and just also very pleased to remember how valuable I knew social studies standards are and how proud I am of being a part of that. The staff at NDE did an amazing job with those and really gave, the importance of us understanding our history, from all viewpoints, and truly understanding our Native American history, and the ongoing pursuits to make sure that we have resources out there for teachers so that they can teach this topic, with the resources that they need. And so anyway, just proud of this resolution and all the work that's been done by NDE on this topic, because it is important.
Thank you, Deborah. Anyone else? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Witzel.
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1F?
Yes, I move to ratify and approve the resolution to recognize local public health professionals.
Is there a second? Do I have a
Second.
Deborah? Motion made by Pat, seconded by Deborah. Is there any discussion before Pat reads it? Or we can wait for discussion after Pat reads it.
Okay. Whereas the coronavirus COVID-19 continues to spread within the United States. Whereas of November 13th, 2020, 92,553 Nebraskans have contracted the virus, and 756 Nebraskans have tragically lost their lives. Whereas the coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of color and the economically disadvantaged. Whereas schools and communities have relied upon local health departments to provide leadership toward a safe return to school, and local health departments have been an integral partner for schools to continue to operate with students in the building. Whereas local health departments work closely with schools and ESUs to develop reasonable plans for social distancing and masking in school facilities to reduce the spread of COVID-19. And whereas the 19 local health departments and the Nebraska Association of Local Health Directors have been steadfast in their commitment towards student and community well-being. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education commends and affirms the expertise of Nebraska's local health departments. Be it resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education affirms the efficacy of face coverings, social distancing, washing hands, and other methods for slowing the spread of the virus as outlined by public health professionals. And be it resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education aims to elevate NALHD's call to avoid the 3 C's: crowded places, close contact, and confined spaces to stay safe during the pandemic. And be it resolved, the Nebraska State Board of Education extends their gratitude to NALHD and all public health officials serving tirelessly in Nebraska's local public health departments.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Deborah.
Yes, I mean, I love this resolution and appreciate all the work putting it together. And I know all of our board and staff know this already, but for any public watching, I just wanted to clarify again that we as a board passed a resolution where we wanted to see our governor require a mask mandate that would be statewide. We've made that a public statement, and we still stand by that statement and do still hope that our governor will take that to heart, because we do care about all of our school personnel and keeping everyone safe, in addition to all of our other frontline workers that are being exposed to this virus. So thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Robin, you're giving the thumbs up. You want to talk? Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, Andrea, will you call the roll?
Fricky,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, is there a motion on item 6.1G?
Yes, I move to ratify and approve the resolution on community responsibility in the COVID-19 pandemic.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Rachel.
Yeah, I'll
Motion
second.
made by Pat, seconded by Rachel. Pat, would you take the time to read it, please?
Yes, I will. Whereas the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, continues to spread within the United States. Whereas as of November 13th, 2020, 92,553 Nebraskans have contracted the virus and 756 Nebraskans have tragically lost their lives. Whereas the coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of color and the economic disadvantaged. Whereas schools and communities have planned diligently for the safe return of students and staff to schools and have largely been successful in mitigating the spread of COVID-19 within the school buildings. And whereas the greatest threat to keeping schools open is unmitigated, uncontrolled community spread, threatening to overwhelm hospital capacity in our state and communities. Now and therefore, whereas the Nebraska State Board of Education applauds schools for their vigilance with safety protocols, be it resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education affirms the efficacy of face coverings and strongly recommends a statewide mask mandate to ensure the safety of all students, staff, and community members. Be it resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education implores communities to do their part to keep students and staff safe and schools open by reducing community spread through personally responsible actions, like wearing face coverings in public, staying home when possible, and avoiding the 3 C's, crowded places, close contacts, and confined spaces. And let it be resolved that the Nebraska State Board of Education calls upon the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, Governor Pete Ricketts, local health departments, and the Nebraska Department of Education to continue to collaborate and implement policies aimed at keeping students, staff, and communities safe.
Is there any discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Nichols,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Pat, one more thing. Is there any further discussion on item 6.1H?
What is 6.1H?
I believe it's what was just read.
I believe it was the committees. There was, and you talked about it in your report, Pat, there were a couple of modifications to the board policy on board committees.
Oh, yes. And I don't have that on my list of motions. Is there supposed to be
Not
a
a
motion?
motion, just discussion.
Oh, okay. We did have some discussion about the policy on committees, and we've had a lot of back and forth between all of us as to, do we have too many committees? Do we not have enough committees? You know, how do we proceed? How many times do we have to meet? And so we would just ask for some committee or some input to the committee as we continue to discuss this.
And that is bylaw B2. Robin.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, but there is no motion on this. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. I just noticed in the legislative committee, which I have been the head of, that there were quite a number of changes. And I just want you to know that I think all of those changes were good, and that the legislative committee, if it remains under my leadership, will do their best to continue to communicate with the entire board.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
It was brought up that, you know, the legislative committee may need to do some additional things outside of the legislative session, because they have started holding discussions in the summer and in the fall, and we certainly want to be involved in that. So thank you, Robin.
Deborah? Then John.
Yes, I'm pleased with these changes. I like, especially with the legislative committee, that it sounds like we'll try to be more inclusive of the whole board and some of the discussions. Does this give us the flexibility? I guess I have a couple of comments, but first a question. This gives us the flexibility to reduce the number of committees, correct? I mean, or is this the recommendation of, you know, what we go forward with next year?
I don't know that we're necessarily talking about reducing the number of committees, but I think as we did this year, we had some committees, you know, we had our committees that kind of flowed one into the next. And I think there's also the flexibility within this that if a committee doesn't need to meet in a particular month, they're not mandatory to do that.
Okay.
And I'll use for instance the appraisal committee. It isn't necessary now that the appraisal process is in place. It's not necessary for the appraisal committee to meet every month. There are certain times of the year that, yes, we do need to go back and review and do some things, but that doesn't mean that we need to meet every month.
Can I keep going, Madam
Yes,
President?
Deborah.
Okay.
And then Pat.
Okay.
I think it'll be John, right? And then Patsy.
So I'll just throw my comments and questions together, but I guess you know, for the teaching, learning, and serving domain committee and the student success access, I question that they both need to start with the word AQuESTT, because the AQuESTT is the tool that we're using right now. Could that change? I mean, I think isn't the emphasis more about teaching, learning, and student success? And so that's a thought. I've also thought that our finance committee, while it's been a great education opportunity, I've served on that 2 years. I wanted to serve on it and requested it, and I've been very glad, but I wonder if that couldn't be broader to include maybe, you know, budget and data or something else. I mean, or another thought that I have is I've always thought that we should have an executive committee. I think that having an executive committee gives more people the opportunity to have input into the decisions regarding our board meetings, et cetera. But most importantly, it serves as a training ground for people to step up into leadership. It's a great way to have a succession plan in place. And so I wonder if you couldn't have executive and finance committee combined or something along those lines. My last comment is, I've been harping a lot about data and evaluation lately, and maybe there is a standalone committee that focuses on at least how our data is being used in even by third parties. It's like, I know there's a lot of limitations on staff right now, and but our data is being used by third party entities. And is there a way that we can put more intentionality behind using that data? So those are my only comments about committees. Thank you.
John, I believe you had your hand up.
Thank you very much. In regards to the committee structure, just mentioned legislative, but I'd just like to thank the policy committee for doing just a wonderful job in inclusion in regards to hearing everybody's voice in regards to what committees should look like and how they should operate. And I think that's so important, the way it was written. I mean, it was written by the board, not just by a committee by itself. So kudos to y'all, and great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patsy, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes. I have several small remarks for things that I heard along the way, but I agree that if a committee doesn't have anything to do, that they should not meet, and that should be the chair's decision. If there's a reason for not meeting, and that reason should be stated clearly, so that we know we're not just skipping a meeting for no reason. Okay. Second, I want to say that I think that the budget committee is extremely important. It certainly isn't my strength. I served on the committee and learned a lot, but this is the reason I think it's important. It's called, we are responsible for all of those dollars that are spent by NDE. And I'm amazed at John and Robin, particularly when I listen to them talk about, this amount and this amount, how they find those numbers and they question those numbers. That is a very important part, because in the end, that is our job, oversight of that. And so that is not a good committee to be just abandoned without reason. That's my feeling on that. I do, Deborah, kind of agree with you on the AQuESTT before the student learning and the access and committees. And because I think that gets confusing, but maybe it could be tacked on at the end as opposed to at the beginning. I still have lots and lots of people who ask me, what does that acronym stand for? So we've got to find a better way to make that accessible to the public, because it's not very accessible to the public. They don't know what that means. I think that is all that I had to say about. I agree with the executive committee. You have to be careful with executive committees, though, because there aren't many of us. There are 8 of us. And so you don't want the executive committee, if it would be created, to be larger than the number of people on the board. Okay. That's it. I rest.
Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Mo. And thanks, Pat, also for bringing this up. And I think it's an opportunity. I think the committee structure, I think where the policy committee was landing, that we think we have kind of the right number and purpose for the committees that are there. But certainly there can be an evolution of what some of the responsibilities are. I think there's 2 things that we talked about a committee that I would just like to part with. One is that this year we tried a different approach in kind of bundling our committees. I think a disadvantage to that is that we didn't all get a chance to work together. There was not as much of cross board participation because of that structure. And I think that could be a little bit of a long-term disadvantage, because all board members should get a chance kind of to work with each other in that committee structure. And so that would be one recommendation going forward, not about the change of the committees, but about changing the structure a little bit to ensure that all board members get a chance to work a little bit with one another, because I think you get a better idea of what what your colleagues are passionate about and how you bring that into the work. The other piece that I would really encourage all committees as you move forward to really take a look at what your work is relative to our policy responsibilities. Our policy responsibilities are our rules. That is how we lead with policy, is through our rules. And I think if one thing the pandemic for me has brought forward is we have some rules we haven't looked at for a while. We have some rules that maybe some of us, myself, was not even aware of. Rule 62, where did that come from? What is that? I mean, and I should have known, because that's my responsibility as board member, is to know our rules. And so I would really encourage each committee to understand what rules they intersect with and how do we look at those rules, because that truly is how we set our policy agenda. That is how we use our leadership to help move education forward in this state. So that would be my other parting comment.
Thanks, Rachel.
John.
Thank you very much. Also, I hope we do not lose sight of the NDE staff members that are involved with our policy committees. I mean, they are critical. They're the bread and butter, the corporate knowledge, if you will, that, if you will, keeps the policies knowledge going. So thank you to our NDE staff. They are critical. And speaking for myself, I'm constantly leaning on them, asking them questions, advice, you name it. They're the go-to people, and greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Patsy?
Yeah, I'm going to throw this in at the end and make a jumbled mess probably. But I think there were a lot of advantages to having committee meetings by Zoom. And I think that it could result, Rachel, in what you were discussing, in the opportunity for us to switch around and listen to other meetings, to move. And that would be one advantage. The second advantage is I believe that people were more comfortable expressing their opinions on Zoom and went in greater depth with their communications and their reservations or their support on Zoom than we sometimes do in person. And it's like the telephone. You can say what you really think, you know, and you've got that distance between you so somebody can't clobber you. And then the other thing about it, you know, it would cost the NDE less money that we could spend on educating ourselves some more, and it provides less travel and wear and tear on the board. There's just a lot of advantages to it, and I'm not sure. The biggest disadvantage is that I really like the camaraderie of coming together for that meeting. However, Brian Ford told me that being on a board isn't always about camaraderie. It's about getting the job done, when I said that to him. And that's so typical of him. But I know he likes camaraderie too, because I feel like he's our comrade. But at any rate, I wanted to say that before we were done with this discussion. So thanks for listening.
Deborah, then Rachel.
I want to say I really appreciated your comments, Rachel, about rules, because I do, and I know I've talked to Maureen. Maureen, is you have some ideas for next year if we, you know, have a chance for an orientation or retreat, you know, to really spend a lot more energy focusing on rules. And I'm wondering if, as we start the year off with each of our committees, if we couldn't just spend some time in our first meeting really focusing on those rules that relate to that committee. I do think that sometimes I interpret things to be resistance, when I'm trying to bring forward a topic, but it may not really be resistance. It may just be that I don't understand the rules. And so I do think I'm excited about putting a lot more discussion around those rules as we keep going forward. So thank you, because I have a lot to learn about those rules.
Who else had their hand up? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Pat, I think you are done.
I am finished, and I want
You had a lot today, dear. I hope
We
you had a
have-
bottle of water nearby.
I do. We have had, our committee has worked very, very hard and very, very diligently in doing what we could to bring all of this forward. And we will continue to take this discussion that you gave us now, and we'll continue with that discussion after the first of the year. So thanks. I am finished.
All right. Moving on to the agenda to 6.2, the Legislative Committee. Robin, please provide a report from the Legislative Committee meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I start any report, I always like to thank those members of our committee, Patsy Coe-Johns, John Witzel, and of course, Deborah Neary. And the person who's always behind the scene, whose picture I always appreciate, is Brian Halstead. So I just want to say that you guys can jump in at any time. You will notice in our report, it is brief. That does not mean that our discussion was brief, quite the contrary. But obviously, everything right now with the legislature is in limbo or would be conjecture as far as leadership, from the speaker on down to the committee chairs and that sort of thing, to try to guess what legislation will come of this session is very, very hard. We talked about numerous areas. I've been involved in a couple of sectionals at conferences where different legislators have either been part of that presentation or people close to them have been part of that presentation. But the only two things that I can see that have to take place in this possible pandemic influenced length of session, even though this is considered the long session, is number one, budget for the next 2 years. And number two, as I understand it, there will have to be some redistricting looked at as well. Beyond that, we know not where the legislature may lead us, but we wish them well, and we really look forward to not only working with you folks, but also legislators and those involved with the legislative process. Again, I encourage Patsy or John or Deb or Brian, or I guess anyone, to either ask us questions or to give comment.
John?
Robin, I thought you've done an outstanding job this past year, leadership for the Legislative Committee. I mean, you've added a new twist and turns. It's made it more effective and more efficient, if you will. But thank you for going above and beyond to go to a lot of these several external stakeholder meetings dealing with the legislature, whether it be the ESU meetings or, if you will, just regular school district meetings. So thank you for going above and beyond, reaching out and coming back and relaying that information to us. So thank you.
Deborah?
Ditto what John just said.
Patsy?
Well, this will only mean something to Robin, but it'll make you all laugh. As Ben would say, Robin Stevens is the bomb diggity.
Oh my. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to 6.3, the Commissioner's Appraisal Committee. Pat, calling back on you. Do you have a report from the Commissioner's Appraisal Committee meeting?
I explained earlier, this is a committee that it isn't necessary that it meet every month. We just have a placeholder in the agenda. So we're fine.
Thank you, Pat. 6.4, AQuESTT Teaching, Learning, and Serving Domain Committee. Lisa, would you provide a report from your committee? Unmute.
Oh, there. Does that help?
Yeah.
We met yesterday and the committee received an update on the educator preparation certificate and rule revisions. And we've asked Brad Dirksen to give a brief update to the board right now. So I think Brad is on. Yes, he is. So Brad, take it away.
Hi, thank you, Lisa. Greatly appreciate that. Let me just share my screen here. Yeah, so I want to just talk a little bit about the educator preparation program and certification rule revisions that the board's starting to get into this work. But I think it's also important to realize that this work is not just new work and new discussion, but it's a branch off of what's already been discussed and what's already been happening at the board level, at the commission level, and also with staff throughout the agency. I want to highlight and recognize some of those things that are kind of leading towards the vision of what a new rule revision process and items would lead to. Well, I think first we have to review the strategic plan and goals. There's lots of insights in regards to the three goals around leadership, student access and success, access and support, teaching, learning, and serving. Those inform our vision of what a new educator preparation certification rules can look like. Also, regulatory priorities are key to review those components around educator preparation certification, specifically the alternative and non-traditional pathways that have been outlined in that those regulatory priorities. Consideration for reciprocity is also mentioned, eliminating barriers for entering programs, all the messages around equity, and shifting from multicultural content minimums to respect for multiple cultures. The ideas of culture responsive teaching also were embedded within those regulatory priorities. Additionally, board position statement S2, the outline of how the board has outlined approval, accreditation, and accountability. We see that in the K-12 system, and also the applicability of that going into these approval rules, making sure that we're using the terms of approval or accreditation in similar fashion, so we're not confusing people in regards to what those words mean. So keeping that level of consistency, I think that was really been outlined in position statement S2. The board has passed the teacher and principal standards also. And I think those are going to be some foundational components when we look at revisions to the educator preparation approval process, and making sure that we're having consistency in how teachers are trained, how they're being evaluated, and what expectations we have to ensure that we have effective teachers and principals throughout the entire system. The work of the Diverse Learner Ready Teacher Initiative that the department's been working on, the ideas of culture responsive teaching, diversifying the workplace. I think those are important pieces to infuse into this work. High quality instructional materials, social emotional learning, reading and literacy work that's been happening in Dr. Epler's office. And also we have engaged Johns Hopkins University to get an outsider perspective of what our educator preparation system looks like currently, and then make some recommendations on how we can change the system and get some additional improvements from an outside perspective. And Johns Hopkins University has been engaging stakeholders across the state to provide us some feedback and some input into this process as well. I think that really provides into the next step. And what I've tried to do here is kind of taking all that information, all the things that the board, the commissioner, and the staff have been working on. And this is kind of our idea of where the board's vision is, or trying to summarize this. And by all means, I welcome anyone to comment and provide additional clarity. And if there's areas of contention, please feel free to chime in. But I see the board's vision in regards to a new educator preparation and certification system, including the following 7 bullet points, 3 on this slide, 4 on the next. But I see part of it is clearly outlining the minimum standards for the approval of educator preparation programs. The idea that approval really is minimum standards. Currently, we approve educator preparation programs, but also within Rule 20, similar to the way Rule 10 is done, we conflate the ideas of approval and accreditation. So we might need to separate those out and really clearly delineate what approval is, what accreditation is, and what accountability is. And really, those are the 3 bullet points on this slide, talking about developing standards for accreditation. Remember, accreditation is that continuous improvement process. And then also holding educator preparation programs accountable for the role in preparing educators and developing some sort of accountability pieces and components. That could be a formal big A accountability system like we have in the K-12 world, or it could be some little A accountabilities. The ideas of more data reporting, what that exactly is. I think over time we can start fleshing those ideas out. But I think that's kind of the ideas that I understand as the board has set out as a vision of including those types of components in a rule revision over educator preparation programs. And I also want to make sure that there's clarity when I say educator preparation program, we're talking about the preparation for initial teachers, but also the preparation of administrators in that system as well. Additionally, gathering what the board's vision is based on all the work that's been happening, I see the importance of making sure that we reduce unnecessary barriers. But also, when we reduce barriers, we want to maintain high quality education standards. We don't want to lower the bar by any means. But we need to look at how can we create alternative pathways or revise alternative pathways to train teachers or add endorsements for educators. Aligning educator preparation to our state teacher standards, state teacher and principal standards, including social emotional learning, CRT, culture responsive teaching, literacy, high quality instructional materials. Also putting more emphasis on teacher demonstration of skills and abilities, and not necessarily just high stakes testing, but creating alternatives to high stakes testing. And how can we look at restructuring professional certification possibly. So it's not just a master's degree, but maybe it's a demonstration of skills and abilities. Also, the ideas of year-long residencies might be a possibility. Just some ideas kind of under that area. And I think all this has to be rooted in the last bullet point too, that educator preparation institutions, education service units, and school systems are all partners in preparing and maintaining, recruiting teachers. And we have to make sure the system includes all those different stakeholders to make sure that they're a part of the entire system and they're all fundamentally tied into the system for the success of the system, because we can't view this educator preparation certification system in isolation. We all have to work together to make sure that this is a cohesive system.
Excuse me, Brad. On that, can you go back one slide? I think we all know most of the acronyms on this page, but some might not be familiar with HQIM. Would you briefly explain that?
Yep, HQIM is high quality instructional materials, which is an initiative that Dr. Epler in our teaching and learning office has been working on and working with districts to understand how to identify high quality instructional materials, and the idea of preparing our teachers to be able to take high quality instructional materials and to be able to implement those effectively in classroom instead of making up their own materials, or be able to advocate for high quality instructional materials when they get into a district and help those material acquisition processes.
Thank you.
Certainly. And then here's just a few bullets on steps moving forward. We're close to receiving recommendations from Johns Hopkins University in regards to that, again, that outside view of what maybe some appropriate changes for Nebraska. We'll look at those and consider those, and then we're going to engage NCTE, or the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, in additional conversations, along with a lot of other stakeholders, to make sure that what we're building is right for Nebraska. But we also want to do that within a larger board vision and what the board really wants to establish with educator preparation and certification, which is what I think is the 7 bullet points, but by all means encourage you to provide input into what that process is and looks like. And then the rule revision process with continual stakeholder engagement, drafting rules and revising the rules, and then also the hearings and approval process.
Thank you so much, Brad. Our staff that we have at NDE provides so much for us behind the scenes, and I just wanted you all to see what's being done behind the scenes that is so important to moving forward. And they've listened to input from the committee, the members, Mo and Pat and Rachel. Hopefully I didn't leave anybody out. So thanks, Brad, so much. The committee briefly touched on 2 action items from November: the adoption of the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system, and the NWEA and DRC contracts for the 2021 school year. And the committee recommends approval of these contracts. I didn't have a request for anyone from assessments to speak, but if there's anything that any of them online right now would like to share, that would be appropriate. Otherwise, we'll move on. The committee reviewed 1 new action item, and that's a contract with, I probably will slaughter this, Vivek, maybe, for the conversion of high quality instructional materials to remote ready materials available via Canvas. And the committee recommends approval for that because this is the kind of thing that if we had it, more of it right now, teachers could use it immediately in the classroom with Canvas. So that's a wonderful thing to have going on right now during the pandemic. So this concludes the AQuESTT Teaching and Learning Serving Domain Committee report. If you have any questions, Brad, please let us know. Robin. You have to unmute, Robin. There you go.
Thank you, Chair Fricke. I did want to just publicly state that Brad and Clayton Waddle diffused a major issue with local subs. And I understand that it's not exactly this area, but they came out and reported to, I believe it was ESU 16, the reduction of barriers, which I noticed that throughout Brad's presentation, and the opportunity to meet a ever-changing and challenging issue with substitute teachers, especially during this area of pandemic, during this time. So I just wanted to publicly shout out for Brad and Clayton Waddle for them coming out and explaining the reduction of barriers, which I look forward to hearing more about as we move into some of the things that Brad specifically touched on, and you too, Lisa. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. That has been a concern throughout the state, and I'm glad they were able to help you. And they do so much, like I said, behind the scenes to help teachers and districts throughout the state. So any other questions or comments on Brad's report or other things related to the Teaching and Learning Committee? Okay.
Are you ready to make motions on the action items? I want to make sure we actually get the motions done. And
yeah, Lisa, is there a motion on item 6.4A?
I didn't get any wording for that. And so I want to do it. So let me go back and see. move forward. When you say the number, if you'll tell me what it is, I'll make the motion.
It's the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system.
I would like to move forward the adoption of the annual plan for Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system and the NWEA DRC contracts for the 2021 school year. I need a second.
Are those two motions as opposed to one?
It's one motion.
So the first
No,
item.
there should be two.
Is the first item the statewide assessment system
Yes.
and reporting system? I'll second the motion to 6.4A, which is adopting the annual plan for Nebraska assessment system.
So
Okay,
motion
thank
was
you.
made by Lisa, seconded by Rachel. Any further discussion? John, I saw your hand up. Robin?
I don't know if John, yeah, there you go. Do you want me to talk now or do you want John to talk?
The only thing
Chairperson.
I was going to say, Robin, was I agree with you 100% on the substitute situation. As Lisa also mentioned, yeah, it is critical in our areas and probably going to get worse. And I was just curious about what Brad's, if you will, information regarding permit certification changes and so forth, what we could expect.
We have a
Madam-
motion on the floor. Is that relating to this
Not
motion?
at all. Not at all.
Okay, let's keep to the motion on any discussion.
Well, that
Which
was
is
discussion.
To adopt the annual plan for the Nebraska statewide assessment and reporting system. Robin?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding that we're just dealing with 6.4A and not 6.4B.
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That was my mistake, and I apologize.
Not a
I'm not
That's
worried about
fine.
the
not a
mistake.
problem.
I just wanted to make sure.
So any
Yes,
further
sir.
discussion on that? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Ricky,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes,
Neary,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Lisa, is there a motion on item 6.4B?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that we approve the NWEA DRC contracts for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a second?
Is there a second? Pat. Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Pat. Discussion. I don't have everybody on my grid here to know if somebody wants to, there we go. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Stevens,
yes,
Wise,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Lisa, is there a motion on item 6.4C?
Yes, I move to accept the contract for Viviec for the conversion of high-quality instructional materials to promote to remote-ready materials available via Canvas.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Pat. Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Pat. Discussion. Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Wise,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Ricky,
Yes.
Johns,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I make a point of clarification?
Yes.
John's hand was up you didn't see it. And he had a question for Brad. And so
Okay.
is it appropriate to go back to that? Okay.
I will accept that. Yes.
Thank you, John. I'm sorry about the mix up.
Not a problem. I pass. Let's move on.
Okay.
Okay.
We can listen to
Robin?
Mo now.
Robin? Unmute. There you go.
Trying. Again, and I'm sure I'm way out of order here, Chairman Nichols. I'm referring back to 6.4B.
Okay, that is, we authorize the commissioner to contract with NWEA and DRC to provide statewide general and alternate assessment for 2020, 2021.
Okay, and then on my agenda here, it says rationale ACT 2021. All right, are they one and the same?
Brad?
Please
Jeremy?
refresh. Yeah, please refresh your Spark, and you'll be able to see it was misnamed, but we've changed the name, and it is correct.
Okay, so what is the name? I'm having trouble. Okay, I see the refresh button now. Okay. All right. So again, I'm asking, I guess, on 6.4B, there's 3 different areas that now after I've refreshed, I see. Okay, the first one is NWEA DRC. Then the second area talks about NWEA NSCAS. And then, did we, how did that, I guess, how did that all work?
So it was one agenda item. The motion was for both of those. It's 2 different contracts, I believe. Well, I know it's 2 different contracts. The motion was for both contracts.
The contracts being
DRC
and DRC.
NWA and DRC. So DRC provides the alternate assessment assessment, and the NWA provides the general assessment, as well as professional learning and our interim assessment, map growth.
Would you explain that, please, one more time? I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. So DRC is our provider for our vendor for the alternate assessment that serves our 1% students, the students with significant cognitive disabilities. And NWA is our vendor for our general assessment for the majority of our students in grades 3 through 8. And then they also provide map growth to our students, our districts, the access to map growth. And then we also have a part of that contract around professional learning around assessments.
So it had nothing to do with ACT.
It had nothing to do with ACT. It was misnamed. I apologize for the document being misnamed.
No, no apology needed. All I want to do is I want to make sure that that I guess I didn't pass that over, and I apologize if there is an apology to be made that I didn't ask these questions during the discussion time. Again, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on, as John would say. 6.5 on the agenda. Patsy, please provide a report from the AQuEST Student Success, Access, and Support Domain Committee meeting. Can't hear you.
Andrea, are you going to put that up for me visually? Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think mine is a little better that I have. Okay. All right. Thanks to my committee, Robin, Deb, and Zainab, who is staff, and myself, and I'm missing one person who's missing.
John
Witzel. How could I ever miss him? That's impossible. Okay, for all your help and all your work, and for supporting me along the way. The Committee on AQuEST, Student Success and Access and Support Domain met on November 12th and reviewed the following contracts and grants. FY 2020 Team Nutrition Grant from the United States Department of Agriculture. The purpose for developing standardized recipes for national schools and lunch. All of these should seem familiar to you because we talked about them in November. Mosaic Act to pilot an evidence-based comprehensive SEL curriculum and assessment tools for staff and students. TNTP for statewide work-based learning landscape analysis. And the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation to provide communication materials for parents and families and communities to underscore healthy habits and work towards the mitigation of community spread of COVID-19. The committee had a discussion item in regards to board approving committees. It was recommended that all committee members should maintain a minimum of 25% of the members coming from diverse groups. Diverse groups are defined as members from one or more of the demographics and wording listed on our equity lens. The board committee members will move towards developing intent of the policy language and discuss more details in future meetings. The committee also discussed briefly the work of developing a human dignity position statement. And again, I appreciate this being sent to us by the policy committee. They did the same thing with some of the equity materials that we worked on. The board committee members recommended discussing this item in details in the near future. And we did make some progress on that. We created a beginning statement for human dignity that also included the beginnings of a statement on educational equity. And that was given to our members, our committee members, for them to take a look at and come back with ideas for editing that and making it stronger, or sending those to Zainab or to me so that we can do that. The committee members discussed moving the following discussion items to a future month for committee discussion, including using NDE data in the decision making and addressing racism and xenophobia in AQuEST. That was brought to our attention that there are some people that believe that that kind of language is included in AQuEST. So we're going to take a look at that. The other thing that we did that's not included in here is looked at the year-end report. And of course, we all knew what we had done. We looked at what we still had to finish, and spent quite a bit of time talking about what what is it in the best of all possible words for student equity and access that we could be working on in the new year. Whoever created the end of the year report, it is a great tool for us to evaluate ourselves, what we've done in the past, what we still have to do, and what we're dreaming of for the future. This concludes the AQuEST Student Success, Access, and Support Committee report. If there are any questions, I would do my best to entertain them and answer them.
Patsy, I'm going to bring forth 6.5A, your discussion item, human dignity position statement. Is there any further discussion you would like to share on that or from anyone else?
I tried to include that in my statement. So yeah, but if anybody else has more that they want to say. Yes, Lisa.
I just wanted to say I'm glad that we are going beyond equity. In my mind, equity is a priority. Oh, am I muted? No. Okay. That we're going even beyond equity to dignity, having that respect. That piece is so important. When you don't feel respected, that causes some problems. And I'm just really glad it's equity and dignity. And I thank you for the committee taking that direction.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Patsy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to 6.6, the Budget and Finance Committee. John, please provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Can't hear you.
First of all, I'd like to, if you will, recognize our board members who are on the committee: Robin, Patsy, Deb, outstanding work. And also I'd like to recognize our NDE staff members who so vigilantly support us. That's Bryce Wilson and Jen Utterback, Mark. The Committee on Budget and Finance reports that monthly board travel expense report. The committee reviewed the monthly board travel expenses, noting the significant decline from prior years as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. NDE showed a breakout between months comparing the current year to the prior year. The committee had no concerns. In regards to in-state travel authorization reports, the in-state travel authorizations were reviewed with no concerns. Attendance at all meetings was virtual and at this time. Other items discussed, the committee discussed a couple of contracts and the funding source breakouts, including the assessment and OICIO contracts. The committee members asked for an explanation on the spending exclusion consent agenda. NDE explained what these spending exclusions are for, and they are specifically identified in the statute. It was noted that the end of the year report was available in Spark for review, and any changes or suggestions were welcome. Lastly, the committee discussed a presentation that was done at the NASB virtual conference on pre-K funding for Morrill Public Schools. And this concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Do we have any questions? That was just discussion, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Let's move
Moving on to the Strategic Planning, Performance, and Improvement Committee. Rachel, would you please provide a report?
Thanks, Maureen. First of all, I also would like to thank the committee, Maureen, Lisa, where'd you go? Pat, Tim, for their support on this committee. I also would like to thank Ryan Four, who's not here, who typically is staff supporting this committee, but I'd also like to thank this time Lane Carr for stepping in and helping out as well. We really talked about 2 action items and 2 discussion items that are on the agenda, so I will move those over to when they come up on the agenda rather than talking about them now and then again in the agenda. And so the other item we talked about was just our end of the year report. So with that, Madam Chair, if we want to move to the first action item, 6.7.A, I could put a motion forward and we could discuss, and then after a second, I'll make a few comments in the discussion point on that motion.
Okay, Rachel, is there a motion on item
Yes.
6.7A?
I move that the external review of the strategic plan be conducted in 2022.
Is there a second? Patsy? Motion made by Rachel, seconded by Patsy. Discussion.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to start by saying the committee discussed in November at length some next steps with our strategic plan, which are also found in recommendations for our end of the year report. But this item in particularly, we felt that an external review of the strategic plan in 2021 was actually maybe a little premature, that moving the external evaluation to 2022, and then some of our recommendations for the first quarter of 2021 is for, you know, a more in-depth review and progress update of the strategic plan, and potentially some discussion on rewording some of the goals and strategies given the pandemic impact and changes, that maybe it would be more advantageous for the board to take a little bit of a deep dive before having an external evaluation, and that the board can do that first and then look at 2022 for the external evaluation.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Wetzel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Wise,
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Rachel, is there a motion on item 6.7B?
Yes, I move to approve rule revision scope of work as presented. And with that, I will be asking, where is Brad Dirksen, to share the screen to show the proposed changes. And then during discussion, he can highlight those a little bit, or if you have questions about it. So I don't know if we can do the share the screen to show.
Rachel, you made a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Pat, thank you. Okay, move forward, Rachel.
Yes, can we share the screen of the what's presented? Because the motion is presented and it involves 3 different rules and a timeline accordingly. There we go. Thank you. So this is the as presented. Brad, I don't know if you have some things that you want to touch base on this and the work that you have done to put forward this timeline.
Yeah, it's just a brief timeline, kind of a high level overview of where we're at in the process, just so kind of everyone has an expectation of how the process is moving forward and kind of the general time frame of when we're going to have specific touch points, especially with engagement with stakeholders. We have a rough draft of the first draft of the 3 separate approval, accreditation, and accountability rules. This month, we're meeting with our state accreditation, the Commissioner State Accreditation Committee here next week. And then we're going to be strongly engaged with stakeholders in the months of January, February, ongoing revisions to the rule, posting the rule revisions for public comment, and then continual feedback and drafting until we get to the final point of rule hearings and hopefully state board approval next December.
Thank you, Brad. And per our discussion and previous action, we've recommended 3 rules: approval, accreditation, and accountability. And this timeline does then share the plan of action that staff is underway for those 3 rules.
Robin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brad and or Rachel, as I look at this timeline, and of course, this tells you how my brain apparently works, because I started at the top and worked down. And in reality, the timeline starts at the bottom as it should and then works up. Enough of that. Okay, so now, am I understanding that this is a timeline for not only accreditation and continuous improvement, but also approval and accountability, that all of those 3 will be working up together, I guess, so to speak, or help me understand it, I guess, a little bit better.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussions within my office about that and how we wanted to move them forward. But we decided, since those 3 rules, there is so much connectivity between them, that we wanted to move them along in the same process. So yes, it covers all 3 of the individual rules that will move together in synchrony, basically, in order to get to the approval level, because I think it needs to happen that way.
Great.
Lisa?
And
Lisa? Oh, I'm sorry, Robin. Go ahead. Lisa? Unmute.
Well, that took a while. Sorry about that. Robin, go ahead if you want to continue that comment.
Okay, I'll just real quick. And this maybe goes back to equity and all of the things that we talk about with that, but how are those stakeholders identified? Do you look for volunteers? Do you send out a mass email? Do you ask the state board? How are the stakeholder groups decided?
Yeah, right now we're working that out with my office staff, and a lot of it's going to be the professional organizations that we're going to be engaging, and then also some community members, some other stakeholders that way. But internally, we're discussing that, and especially bringing in organizations to discuss that with as the identified stakeholder groups. That's our idea at this point. By all means, we're always open to input from many board members, and then also. We have the public comment period. We're hoping to post the rules online to allow everyone to be able to have access to those documents.
Thank you, Brad. Make sure you and I visit, because I do have a person who would like to be included as a stakeholder.
Lisa, are you done, Robin?
Okay. As you can tell by this timeline, it's pretty, it seems like moving forward in a very effective way. And that's only possible because of all of the work being done behind the scenes by the NDE staff. So I just want to continually recognize that because of what they're doing behind the scenes, the process is more efficient and moving forward in a fairly aggressive manner to have it done as scheduled. So thank you for all the work behind the scenes that make this schedule possible.
Deborah?
Yes, I also had a question about the stakeholder groups, and I'm wondering, are we as board members, can we be invited to just listen into those? I think this is one of the most important things we're going to be working on over the next couple of years, and I would like to be able to hear as much public input as possible for a learning opportunity for myself, but also to understand, some of the different viewpoints. Thanks.
Jeremy, Commissioner, do you want to respond to her?
Yeah, and actually, maybe back even to Robin's point. So, from a process standpoint, if you would just kind of make those things, I mean, I understand the kind of desire to listen in. So that's something we can kind of identify how we do that. And one thing I would ask is to let the stakeholders be stakeholders in these settings, right? And actually let them be able to kind of provide that input. There's actually moments in time where we just want to do that. So we can talk about that a little bit from the, how do we listen in to those particular stakeholders. But I'll take that kind of, and I'll work with the team on that front. So.
Well, I guess then as a follow-up, and I have to go, I don't have the timeline in front of me now, but I mean, I guess, is there a plan for us to do town halls around the state to get input like we did for ESSA, or, so those might be stakeholder opportunities that board members could listen in. I would, if we did them, certainly hope that staff would be available to join us in those discussions like you did for ESSA, but I don't know, is that part of the timeline?
The stakeholder work is being proposed by Zoom, right? So not town hall per se in the kind of traditional sense, but in a way that we'll have that gathered, yes.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to that a little bit too. Keep in mind, a lot of work has been done for at least 18 months prior to this time. And so the staff has really spent a great deal of time already. And there's been input they've received up to this point with some stakeholder engagement. So I think it's important to understand the evolution of the time period. As you move into next year, it will be almost 2 years in which this work has been underway. So it's important to recognize the early work that was done, the input that was done, that moved us into the direction of separating this into 3 rules as opposed to 1. So I think we have to recognize a lot of that previous work that's been done by staff, and certainly, by full board discussion, by committee discussion. So I think that the opportunity to extend this timeline now, because really that's what we've done, is extend the timeline. It gives a chance to reflect on some things that we've learned from the pandemic that wasn't in the planning agenda when this first started. So when this first started, a disruption to providing education as we normally know it was not on anybody's radar screen. And I think this is an opportunity to take the time, and even if the timeline has to be changed again, to make sure that we reconsider the impact of these rules, given what we've learned, what some of these lessons that we're learning are as well.
Robin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rachel's comments about this being already, we've been going on, what'd you say, 2 years on this process. It reminds me of my infamous listening sessions in which I traveled around the western part of the state and gathered some valuable information. I know I have submitted that information. Where is it? Do I need to resubmit it to the stakeholders? Where did that stuff go? Or where should I send it?
Rachel.
And when should I do that?
Rachel.
Yes, Robin. So that was considered. It was shared in some of our committee discussions. Some of those recommendations were pulled together. Certainly, if you want to reshare that information with Brad and the team, I think that it's important that some of that information led us to making those recommendations for 3 separate rules to provide some of that clarity, to be more clear between what our expectations are for approval, what is required from a statutory perspective for approval, how accreditation is really about that continuous improvement process and the clarity from that perspective, and then how accountability is also a statutory responsibility that we have and how that's defined. So I think you certainly can reshare that information, but I think it's going to be important to also gather new information. Because of the changes that have occurred with the pandemic, I think some things such as looking at flexibility in a different way, looking at some of the issues around continuous improvement in a different lens could have some great value. But I think many of those themes that were brought up from the first listening sessions that board members had are still very pertinent and still incorporated. And I'll let Brad speak to that, but I think are still very much incorporated. And I would recommend early in 2021 that there be a more in-depth update for the full board on the work that's been underway that the team has been doing, because they have done a lot of work to start to look at this timeline in place. So I will defer to Brad if there's more to add.
Yeah, we've been collecting a lot of stakeholder input. We have the input from the board members. We have input from district leaders. We have quite a bit of input that has led us to a lot of the decisions for these early drafts. So we're going to continue to engage stakeholders in this process, and by all means, we'll keep the board informed of that process.
Robin?
And maybe more for Brad than anybody else, or tell me where this information should go. Okay, what I've heard is that the listening sessions that I and probably all of us went through, that information is in Brad's hands, or I should send that to Brad, or who should I send it to? And then it sounds as if the stakeholders have they already been established, or can I indeed seek that this person who has asked that they be a stakeholder be still included in the stakeholder groups? I'm just struggling maybe with this Rule 10 process, and maybe Rachel has addressed it, saying that we just need to be updated a little bit more at an early time, like the January board meeting. Yeah, enough of me. Just any thoughts out there, and Brad, Rachel, anyone as far as that goes?
Yeah, we do have the information from the board members that was passed along. So we do have that information. If you want to resend that over to us, that's fine. But I think we have the summary information that was already submitted. And by all means, if there's additional stakeholders, by all means, feel free to email and send that information over. But we're trying to do a wide cast or net wide when we're including stakeholders to get as much feedback as possible. But nothing is set in stone, and we're not prohibiting people from providing input.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. The motion on the floor is to approve rule revision scope of work as presented. Andrea, please call the roll.
Nichols?
Yes.
Johns?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Witzel?
Yes.
Wise?
Yes.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Andrea. Moving on to 6.7C, the status of priority schools. Rachel, is there further discussion on this item?
Yes, again, this item was one that we spent time in November on, and we in November had planned to have Shirley Vargas give an update to the full board on the priority school status. I would suggest, given the time already, that it's up to you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Bloomstead, if you want Shirley to give a couple of highlights of where we are with priority schools, and or move that to the first of the year so that all board members can get that update of the status of priority schools and the work that's been underway during this pandemic. So again, that would be up to you, Madam President, and Commissioner Bloomstead, whether you want Shirley to do the full update or a partial update, a teaser for more to come next year. But again, she provided the committee an outstanding update of the work that's been done with priority schools during this pandemic period.
Well, my nickel's worth here would be Shirley has been on waiting for us. And if she would like to give a shortened version of what she had planned to do, I think that would be appropriate because she spent time waiting to get on. It's great to see your smiling face, Shirley.
I'm waiting to see if the commissioner had something to say too.
I think probably give them the the trailer version of what the future movie release will look like. So
yeah, I think that's an appropriate thing that Rachel brought forward. Yes.
Okay, I'll definitely provide the Cliff's Notes version and share. Rachel, like we did last time, I'll start with one school and then I don't know if we want to pause to see if there are any questions or clarifications, and then we can move on to the next. So I'll start with Santee Community Schools. As you all know, we have Santee Elementary, Middle, and High School, which are priority schools. And for continuity of learning purposes, they have provided virtual learning options for their families. Students are in school all day. There is a mask mandate on the reservation that was brought forth by the Santee Sioux tribe. They also have checkpoints. I was there right before the holiday break. So I did have an opportunity to visit with the school leaders, board president, some teachers and kids as well as I was there. There has been an increase in some MAP growth data at the elementary level, and this was when they first did their fall testing. There is still some work to be done in the secondary level. They have, since the beginning of the school year, implemented a graduation coach. This person acts in a way to provide academic and social emotional support to students and ensures that they have everything they need to be successful. And for this upcoming semester, the secondary principal has adjusted their schedule to make sure that there's actual time for small group instructions after school. Turns out that that was a major barrier this past semester where the schedule ran up to 3:55 and the teacher's schedule day was over at 4. So it didn't really provide a lot of time for the individualized attention and instruction that students needed. On the leadership level, you probably already know that there has been transition at the superintendent position. This is slightly different in that the local school board, has taken ownership and responsibility for that action, in that they were the ones who not only interviewed and hired the superintendent, but are also going through the process of what it's like to go through the removal of a staff member, specifically one that they oversee, which is the superintendent. So there's definitely a lot of learning and growth as a local board unit, which is super important for the overall development and success of that community. And an interim superintendent will be placed hopefully within the month. So that's exciting. I'll stop there for Santee and see if there are any questions or comments.
Doesn't look like it, Shirley.
All right.
Your trailer version went very well.
Okay, we'll move on to Schuyler Central High School now, where I was also at Schuyler as well before the holiday break, and I was happy to, also be able to visit some classrooms, speak with leaders and teachers, and also see some kids. And they also are offering virtual learning options for their families. And a major focus area for Schuyler is writing across the content areas. They have seen that not only are students who are engaging in the ACT showing an area of growth in writing, also their English learners are also demonstrating greater need for writing supports. So as such, they're implementing different evidence-based strategies, and that's being seen across some ELA classes, and it's slowly making its way through other content areas. So it's important to see that, with any implementation, you're starting really small and then the implementation grows over time. So I'm really excited about what we're seeing there. And they're also building a data-rich culture. So some of our conversations were really around what is the data telling us around implementation? What is the data telling us around, formative assessments? They also provide MAP assessments at the high school. So that's something that they'll be working towards. And I believe they just finished the winter administration, but I'd have to triple check. So don't take my word for that just yet. In terms of leadership, the high school has been recently approved for their Perkins standalone program. Recently, they would, prior to that approval, they were in a consortium with their ESU 7s. This is a really big move for Schuyler because they're demonstrating their ability to sustain a program of this nature and be able to provide different CTE offerings for the students in their community. They are also continuing to focus on coaching through classroom observations and providing specific feedback to teachers and engaging in teacher studies. And then ultimately, we have also included Schuyler into the comprehensive support and improvement structure that I also lead, which is monthly meetings with our 27 lowest 5% of Title I schools in our state. So Schuyler is also in another space to be able to collaborate with leaders across the state, specifically secondary leaders. So I'll stop there for any questions or comments about Schuyler.
Lisa? Microphone.
There we go. I was just wondering if we could have your full-blown version, as Rachel had suggested earlier, after the new board members are on, rather than just letting this synopsis of your report. It'd be nice to have the full-blown information later on. Commissioner, any guidelines on that?
No, I think that makes sense, and we'll use this as an opportunity to also bring along the new board members will be joining us in January too. So,
okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Back to you, Rachel. Oh, Patsy.
Thank you, Shirley, for giving us a teaser. I want to hear more.
Okay, back to you, Rachel.
And I'd like to thank Shirley also. She's done an outstanding job in providing information to this committee. And it's important to get the opportunity to have more in-depth perspective of the work that's being underway, with the Department of Education and their support of our priority schools and our schools in comprehensive improvement. Now, I think having that full view versus the Cliff Notes, though the Cliff Notes were great, would be advantageous to the full board after the first of the year. Thank you, Shirley.
Yes, thank you, Shirley. Okay, moving on to agenda item 6.7D, Nebraska Ready and related rules and regulations. Commissioner Bloomstead.
Well, again, this is another discussion item that we had in November with our committee meeting and worked through kind of a draft framework. Of quite a bit of discussion. Again, this is another item that is would be relatively time consuming if we do in full depth. So I'll turn it to the commissioner of whether he wants to do the full depth or whether he also wants to do Cliff Notes. And I would recommend that this be early on in the agenda for next year for the same reasons, if we just do Cliff Notes today. So Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cliff Notes version is probably the better approach. And by the way, Shirley, great job on the local reference to Cliff Notes. So that's the Nebraska size. We're getting Shirley to be really Nebraska eyes here. So first of all, just Nebraska Ready, as I think I shared with you in October, and we've had further conversations in the committee. Thanks for the committee kind of take this up. I won't pull it up, but there is the summary of at least the committee's work so far in the kind of a discussion document. It will be something that we can bring back, but really, as I've described to you before, I think we have to be able to start to shift to an understanding of the types of experiences that students need, not to replace AQuEST per se, but to really be able to leverage the types of student experiences, the types of student outcomes, to get really beyond the kind of traditional state assessment measures and metrics, things we've always wanted to be able to do. I think this provides us that type of framework. It really makes sense in the based on what we talked about before and talked about in committee, to build on what this board has done in the past years around competency-based education, around really the things I think we heard from our teachers of the year. I mean, both Megan and Paul speak to the types of experiences that we want for our students, and that we could actually be really engaged in a much more meaningful part of the student experience by highlighting those things instead of just being focused on, kind of the data outcomes of our traditional academic measures. And we're excited about that. We have a lot of conversations, and there's a timeline in there. Again, it's not specific, but we'll be working on it. I do think it fits to a mindset about where we need to go with Rule 10. I think it fits to a mindset about and I shouldn't have said Rule 10, the rules around approval, accreditation, and accountability. I think all those things fit together in the future. So I'm excited for that conversation as we continue to go. I thank Rachel and the committee that worked on it in a kind of short order, but I really this would have been one of my real goals for this year. Had it not been for the pandemic, that we would have been really focused on this, I think, much more innovative, impactful work for the future. So we haven't stopped that work. We've just, kind of had to think about it a little bit differently right now, but I fully intend that we have a deep dialogue in the future, and how it's going to impact education in Nebraska is really critical. So that's my Cliff Notes version.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on that? Okay, seeing none. Back to you, Rachel.
That actually ends our committee report and the items that we had on our agenda for today. And again, I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank really the commissioner for bringing forward and NDE team to think differently about some of our work going forward. When we started our work around Rule 10, we really were focused on one rule revision. And I think that period of time allowed broader thinking, deeper thinking, and I think that's good for our responsibilities around our rulemaking authority and responsibility. I also appreciate, I think, this concept of Nebraska Ready. I think the board going in the future will certainly do some things that demonstrate this State Board of Education is helping students be Nebraska Ready.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, moving on to the agenda, item 7, which is an executive session, and we have none today. So that moves us to agenda item 8, which is additional business. And 8.1 is outgoing state board member recognition. And between the commissioner and I, we'll kind of get this off the ground, but this is one of the times when it would be nice if we were all together in person. John knows how important that is, and Rachel understands how important that is. But I know they both understand this is the new normal. So it is what it is. And I think you even said that to me, Rachel. So we have some resolutions that we're going to be reading to recognize each of you. And Patsy Co-Johns, we're going to read both resolutions first, and then we'll open it up to the board for any comments that they would wish to make. And Patsy, would you please have the honor of reading Rachel's resolution?
I would be so honored. Resolution to recognize State Board of Education member Rachel Wise. Whereas Rachel Wise faithfully upheld the State Board of Education oath of office and bylaws and policies. Whereas Rachel Wise contributed to the general supervision and administration of the Nebraska school system. Whereas Rachel Wise fulfilled the policy forming, planning, and evaluative duties of the state school program as prescribed by the Nebraska revised statutes. Whereas Rachel Wise represented the populace of District 3 by executing the powers and duties of the State Board of Education, and whereas Rachel Wise was instrumental in the development of the board's strategic plan, championed Nebraska's participation in the National Association of State Boards of Education, and served as a chair of numerous committees and as president of the board. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes Rachel Wise for her service and contributions to the educators, schools, and students of the Nebraska education system. This is signed on behalf of the Nebraska State School Board of Education this 11th day of December, 2020, by Maureen Nichols, President, and Patricia Co-Johns, Vice President.
Thank you, Rachel or Patsy. Robin, I'm going to ask you to do the honors in recognizing John, and following his, we will have a motion to pass these, and then we'll open it up for comment. Robin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as Patsy made mention, it's a great honor of mine to share this resolution to recognize State Board of Education member John Witzel. Whereas John Witzel faithfully upheld the State Board of Education oath of office and bylaws and policies. Whereas John Witzel contributed to the general supervision and administration of the Nebraska school system. Whereas John Witzel fulfilled the policy forming, planning, and evaluative duties of the state school program as prescribed by the Nebraska revised statutes. Whereas John Witzel represented the populace of District 4 by executing the powers and duties of the State Board of Education. And whereas John Witzel was a staunch proponent of efficient and effective board operations, championed career and technical education, and served as chair of numerous committees and as president of the board, now therefore be it resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes John Witzel for his service and contributions to the educators, schools, and students of the Nebraska education system. Signed on behalf of the Nebraska State Board of Education this 11th day of December 2020, President Maureen Nichols and Vice President Patsy Co-Johns.
Is there a motion to approve the resolutions to recognize State Board of Education members Rachel Wise and John Witzel?
I move
That's
to
it.
recognize these resolutions to these two wonderful, wonderful board members.
Motion was made by Pat. Do I have a second?
Second.
Patsy. Do we have any discussion about this? Pat.
Well, having been here a long time, these two people have been some of the most enjoyable board members that I have spent time with. I learned a great deal from both of them, and they were great contributors to our children and all of the things that we've been doing. They've both been with us through the strategic planning piece. They've both been with us as we transitioned from one commissioner to another. They have given valuable information to me, and I'm sure to all of you. So virtual hugs to both of you.
Patsy, then Deborah, then Lisa.
Well, I think you're going to understand the compliment I'm giving both of you. That I learned a long time ago that we never achieve greatness on our own or even learn very much on our own. It is people who know the value of greatness and go to it that learn a lot. And I learned a lot from both of you as I stepped in the door of the state school board. I still don't feel like I know everything, but I certainly wouldn't know as much as I know today without the two of you. So you are the greatness that I surrounded myself with. And this is the biggest compliment of all. Thank you for being my teachers.
Deborah.
I am really sad to see this day come. And, you know, in part, I've known both of you from long before I joined the board here. And, you know, John, I saw at every community gathering and event. And, you know, Rachel's been my mentor for 10 years prior to joining the board. And you both have done so much to help and support me in this work. You can blame Rachel that she's the one that planted the seed that maybe I might run. And, you know, John has been extremely helpful in educating me too. John, you've done the impossible, but you've made finance committee meetings fun. And I'm going to miss all of our discussions in legislative committees, et cetera. But I know that our friendship is going to continue, and we already are talking about having lunch plans, and I know I'm going to see you around the community, and I'm just so grateful to have served with you. I really respect and admire you. And Rachel, you know, I can't even count the number of hours on the phone you've spent with me, educating me for years. And I know you have promised that you will still continue to help me understand a lot of the education issues that I don't have the background in, and I appreciate that. But you've been an inspiration and support to me in ways I can't even find the words to articulate, but I'm grateful for your friendship and your leadership and all that both of you have done on this board. And I am going to really miss both of you. Thank you for your service.
Lisa?
We're going to miss you both a lot. When I refer to the board, 98% of the time I talk about the state board team. Well, now it goes beyond being part of a team that now is a family, because you don't just cut the ties with family. And so you guys have to stay in contact, please. And my best way to communicate, and some of you might have received the brunt of my writing, but I wrote something for both of you. And Laura's going to share them on the screen, and I'd like to read them to you. And would you do Rachel's first? Leading by example. Remembering an extraordinarily dedicated colleague with heartfelt gratitude. You've been an exceptionally dynamic mentor who's leaving us with valuable historic board knowledge. And Laura, you're going to have to move it up a little. We'll remember your helpful perspective and vision. In retrospect, we'll even reflect fondly upon our silly antics as we imbibed at the Cornhusker. Enjoy new adventures, but know you'll be missed. So, and then I wrote one for John. And if you can make it just a little bigger. Oh, yeah. Because my eyes are filling and I can't see. Accomplice leader, joy fills my heart as I reflect upon my colleagues. I'm appreciative of the times you connected me to education agencies and experts in the Omaha area. You also helped me with policy, assisted with public presentations. And if I ever needed a ride, no hesitation. Your thoughtfulness was a blessing. Wisdom kept you anchored when we had to make tough decisions. I'm proud of your military service and veteran support through NDE. True to your word, kind in deed, thoughtful in decision-making, and zealous in your pursuit of quality education for all students. Even after hard work, though, we managed to squeeze in a little time for laughter, reminiscing, and appreciating each other's uniqueness. You will be missed, both of you. And I appreciate you both.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Robin?
As I thought about you two, I came up with some thoughts. Rachel, first you, and then I'm going to have a little fun with John in some of my perspectives there. Rachel, I guess what I thought about when I thought about you was the meetings after the meetings. Our sidebar discussions, helping me to understand maybe a particular issue, preventing me from making too big of a fool of myself. And lunch. I always enjoyed lunch, and really more for getting to know you better, talking about that beautiful farm and what was happening with the things with not only you, but also Gordy. Those are the things that I will remember. And of course, there will be many, many others, but the meetings after the meetings, probably much more important than going on a 4-hour meeting here. And with John, knowing how you enjoy, in your words, the rolling appreciation. John, you love a rolling appreciation. Well, I came up with the not so official resolution of recognition for John Witzel on this day. So bear in mind, whereas when John was president of the State Board of Education, he would roll his eyes, grit his teeth, hold his nose every time I raised my hand to speak, out of fear of what I might and often did say. Whereas CHI Arena has banned John for life whenever Louisiana Tech plays the Creighton Blue Jays, based on his behavior last winter when his alma mater took on the Jays. Many thanks, of course, go to Ryan for arranging courtside seats for John and I, an unforgettable experience which John and I talk about regularly. Whereas John's military discipline has taught him to present his well-prepared comments, which with such unforgettable phrases as, if you will, if I may, and am I understanding correctly, and if I might. And while mentioning his military background, wasn't that Black Hawk helicopter ride that Maureen brought up earlier, wasn't that just the most unforgettable experience? And whereas I know John is truly jealous that I will continue to be surrounded by wonderful, caring, intelligent leaders of the State Board of Education. Be it resolved that John is a lifelong friend of Nebraska education, the Nebraska Department of Education, and the Nebraska State Board of Education. To our good friend, John Witzel, we are going to miss you.
Thank you. I'll just end with some comments. And Rachel and John were both on the board when I first stepped on. And both welcomed me. And that meant a lot that first couple of months. And you've both always been able to answer questions if I had questions. You were always there if I needed something. But I really look back on the motto that Patsy and I were talking about the other day, because, you know, we talk often. And that is standing, for me, I've been standing on the shoulders of giants. And for me, both of you are giants in the work that you have done. But I looked up what that meaning was, and I'm just going to quick read it here. It's a metaphor, which means using the understanding gained by major thinkers who have gone before in order to make intellectual progress. And I hope that we can fill your shoes in fulfilling the progress that you have helped build, and that we continue to build upon it. So thank you for always, I'm filled with grace by knowing both of you. Thank you. Anyone else for the good of the cause? Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really hard for me too. So the reality is just thanks Rachel for your mentorship too for me, and you know, you can now leave that blame to Pat Tim as the last board member who hired me. And then John, thank you for your leadership and always kind of speaking to me in ways that were concrete and clear. And I have to join Robin in some of his comments, I guess, as I pretty often got the, hey, it's time to move on. So just thanks to both of you for your amazing leadership and friendship in this time. And it certainly has been a remarkable, crazy year, but you know, I couldn't imagine getting through this year without you. So thanks to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Do either John or Rachel have anything they'd like to? John, if you may, yes.
Thank you very much. In regards to, I always started out when at presentations, this is the gospel truth, but the Commissioner of Education cringes whenever he hears the words that I'm on the State Board of Education. And but in all reality, though, I've got to start out from the beginning. When I started out, we were blessed to have Rachel Wise as our president. She was the president at the right time, the right place, and the right time to move us forward in regards to a lot of the work that we were doing, getting it organized. I credit Rachel for, if you will, leading the way in a lot of issues that we were unknown about. So thank you, Rachel. That was very, very, never forget. You've done a lot for each of us in regards to whether contacts outside, stakeholders, committees, whatever the case may be. So thank you very much for all that you do. And also, I'd like to thank the district for allowing me to represent them at the State Board of Education, North and South Omaha, Midtown, Bellevue, and Papillion. So I couldn't be more proud and be with company as these people. So we will move forward. And also the NDE staff, superb. My gosh, where do we get such professionals as the NDE staff? We'll never know. And so thank you so very much. And I look forward to great expectations of hearing your great successes in the future. And if you need to get a hold of me, I'll be at the YMCA. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Rachel, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I also want to thank the commissioner and the NDE staff. It's just been amazing to have the support of that great team that you have, Commissioner, and the leadership that you provide is really education's in good hands with you at the helm. And I'd like to thank all of you as my colleagues, because each of you have touched my heart and touched my life in many, many ways. And I don't want to spend a lot of time going on because then I'll get emotional, and I really don't like to get emotional. And so I'm kind of glad we're at Zoom instead of in person, because then it's easier. Zoom also helps you manage your emotions a little bit. So another plus to Zoom. But I really want to just say that I'm bringing it full circle back to Maureen, you and your leadership today. The state board is about we. Mm-hmm. It's not about me. And I value the fact that all of you focus in that manner. And it's been, and not just you as current board members, but the 7 other board members that I've had the privilege to serve with over the past 8 years. And it's certainly an honor and privilege to serve. It's an honor and privilege to represent Northeast Nebraska in District 3. But I think when you gave the president's report, Mo, you did such a great job in phrasing you, the board. And I think that I feel so grateful that you, the board, will remain strong, and education is in good hands because of all of you. So thank you very much.
I just want to add one little clip that I failed to share when I was speaking, because I'm all about gender equity. And it's not going to be that way, is it, Robin? It's going to be but when I was trying to think of something I could get Rachel, the first thing that came to my mind was the famous quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg: "Women belong in all places where decisions are being made." And Rachel, you've really done an outstanding job of helping us in decision making. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Thank you, Mo.
Okay, with that being said, Andrea, will you please call the roll on approving the resolutions to recognize State Board of Education members Rachel Wise and John Witzel?
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Fricky?
Absolutely, yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Stevens,
Woohoo!
Tim,
Yes.
Wise,
My final action, I abstain.
Witzel.
I'm not going to abstain. Yes.
All right, we had 7 yeses and an abstain.
Motion passes. I do want to share that in addition to the resolutions being mailed to each of you, an
Thank you.
engraved clock will also be mailed to each of you in appreciation of service for the general supervision and administration of the school system of the state as a member of the State Board of Education. And Laura is going to put up photos of what the clock looks like, and each of you will be receiving a copy of the resolution.
Oh, good.
John and
Thank
Rachel
you.
will be receiving a
Gee, that's
formal
great.
looking one, but you can check your Spark for yours. There's the
Very
clocks.
nice.
Thank you.
In
Thank you. They're
appreciation of
beautiful.
service.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You are most welcome. We thank you. Okay. Agenda item 9, informational items and reports. Thank you for submitting your monthly reports. If you look, I haven't gotten mine in. Better get that done today. Those board reports are linked in Spark, and I encourage you to review each member's report. The next written items, 9.2 through 9.4, those are informational items and written reports for the board and for our information only. I'm not going to end like I usually do with go to the cause. We're going to move on. We're coming to adjournment. I want to thank you for those who tuned in to the live internet broadcast. Board orientation will be held on Thursday, January 7th at a time and location to be determined. The orientation will not be broadcast to the public. A business meeting will be held on Friday, January 8th at 9:00 a.m. at a time and a location to be determined.